we're in a kind of strange new world.
Scientists say that's exactly what we're living in.
Welcome back, and there's some latest news coming in. Last night, an unidentified object was spotted over Junagadh, Dwarka and Jamnagar districts of Gujarat. Now, the authorities are investigating what the matter is, what the object might have been, but those are the visuals that we are running on our screen right now. This incident pertains to last night when an unidentified object was spotted over Junagadh, Dwarka and Jamnagar districts of Gujarat.
देखिए ये तो कल रात को 8:30 बजे से लेकर 9 बजे के बीच में अलग-अलग जगहों पर अलग-अलग
A pretty sizable earthquake jolt that hit us here in West Los Angeles. My guess is that you probably also felt that wherever you were at home. We're trying to get more information. It happened while we were just on the air there. One quick, strong jolt.
And we can always feel the building shake, but this was probably one of the strongest ones I've ever felt right here at Fox 11. We have these lights overhead too. You heard the whole building shake.
Yeah.
In West LA.
Yeah, certainly. That's certainly the strongest earthquake I felt on the job.
It was centered in El Segundo. We have no reports of any damage right now, but apparently quite a few of you have felt this.
It still feels a little bit like the building is shaking a little bit. I don't know if that's just me because I was a little shook up by that, but it was quite something and a reminder that Southern California is in the middle of earthquake country.
We're in the heart of wildfire country.
It may be the first day of summer in the Northern Hemisphere, but for some 50 million people in the U.S., summer has arrived early and hotter than ever before. In just the last week, high temperature records have been shattered all across the western half of the United States.
This is like an anxiety-inducing double whammy. You have the heat wave, which is already a major concern with fire season, but then you have the drought.
Two weather emergencies now threatening much of the South and the West.
Some of the most extreme heat hitting regions already dealing with devastating droughts.
Severe lack of winter snow and rain and this week's punishing heat wave have transformed Lake Mendocino into a desert.
This western state heat dome is a dramatic reminder that Mother Nature bats last and she bats 1,000.
The water level in California's Lake Oroville is so low that the hydroelectric plant it powers will likely shut down for the first time ever.
That it is acting on and exaggerating all kinds of climatic conditions. And so it is making things worse. We're seeing more frequent fires, more severe fires. We're seeing them at a scale, not just in terms of area largeness, but intensity plus area combining.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, Tropical Storm Claudette is still pounding parts of the South, causing flooding and a tornado that touched down in southern Alabama.
This is the worst I've seen it since the 2 years I've been around here. But for the most part, we're just consistent rain on and on, on and on.
A volatile climate spawning a strange new world of dangerous weather, spreading pain from coast to coast.
A tornado in the Czech Republic has killed at least 3 people and injured around 150, this according to emergency services there. Winds of around 190 miles per hour blew roofs off buildings, uprooted trees and overturned cars.
The storm tore through several towns and villages. Neighboring Austria and Slovakia have sent crews to join the rescue effort. The storm knocked out power to thousands of households. Now, tornadoes are a rare occurrence in the region.
This tornado is being described as the worst ever in modern Czech history. But also, I should say, it wasn't just the tornado. There were also huge hailstones, some of them the size of tennis balls, and they also did a lot of damage.
Yeah, we've just been looking at some images of that destruction, Ian. We mentioned that tornadoes are a rare sight in these parts. Tell us more about that.
Well, they're extremely rare. The tornado we saw here yesterday in the Czech Republic was the kind of thing, the kind of twister people might more expect to see somewhere like Arizona in the United States. But tornadoes of this kind aren't only unusual in this region in Central Europe, they're unusual in the whole of Europe.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Grace and peace to the family. Happy Sabbath, Shabbat Shalom. I got another one I want to show y'all real quick, and we're going to get her done. We'll do a quick recap of what we went over last night and then dive a little deeper. You dig? Let me share this real quick. I just posted the link for that video we just watched in the chat. Salute to all the brothers and sisters and all the faithful in Mashayak, the mighty Messiah. Hallelujah. All right, let me share this real quick. Sharing. All right, let's get this one done too. All right, let's get this one done too.
The White House will implicate certain very powerful members of Congress in their own criminal activity. And so when the White House gets in trouble for it, the Congress has to run cover for the White House. And so what happened was Congress passed an emergency law in 2007 called the Protect America Act, which should have been our first indication this is a very bad thing, because they never name a law something like that unless it's something terrible. And what it did was it retroactively immunized all of the phone companies in the United States that had been breaking the law millions of times a day by handing your records over to the government, which they weren't allowed to do, simply on the basis of a letter from the president saying, please do this. And these companies went, look, now that we've been uncovered, now that we've been shown that we're breaking, or now that these journalists have shown that we've broken the law and violated the rights of Americans on a staggering scale that could bankrupt our companies because we can be sued for this, we will no longer cooperate with you unless you pass a law that says people can't sue us. And so then they go, it's an emergency law. We have to pass this now. We have to keep this program active. Bush is going to end the warrantless wiretapping program and continue it under this new authority where it's going to have some special level of oversight and these kind of things eventually. But for now, we just have to make sure people are safe. Again, they go to fear. They say, if we don't have this program, terrorist attacks will continue. People will die. Blood on your hands, blood on your hands, blood on your hands. Think of the children. Protect America Act passes. The companies get off the hook. The Bush White House gets off the hook. The Congress, that was then sharing in criminal culpability for authorizing, or rather letting these things go by without stopping them, then passes in 2008 the Foreign.
7 out of 10 deaths in the U.S. are caused by chronic illnesses that are preventable, like heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. In the
Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act amendments of 2008. This is called the FAA, FISA Amendments Act of 2008. And rather than stopping all of the unlawful and sort of unconstitutional activities that the intelligence agency was doing, they continued it in different ways simply by creating a few legal hoops for them to jump through. Now, this is not to go say, these things aren't helpful at all. It's not to say they're not useful at all. But it's important to understand when the government's response to any scandal, and this applies to any country, is not to make the activities of the person who is caught breaking the law comply with the law, but instead make the activities of the person who is breaking the law legal, right? They make the law comply with what the agencies want to do rather than make the agencies comply with the law. That's a problem, and that's what happened here. Now, the intelligence community's powers actually grew in response to this scandal in 2008 because Congress was on the hook and they just wanted to move on and get this over with. There were objections. There were people who knew this was a bad idea, but it passed on. Now, what the public took away from this, because a part of these laws was a requirement that the Inspector General of all of these different intelligence community elements and the Director of National Intelligence submit a report saying, this is what happened under that warrantless wiretapping program. This is how it complied with the law or how it didn't comply with the law, and basically look back at how this program was constituted, what it did, what the impacts and effects were. And that was supposed to be sort of the Truth and Reconciliation Council, right? Now, why am I talking about all this ancient history? Well, I'm sitting here in 2012 with a classified Inspector General's report, draft report from the NSA that names names, that says Dick Cheney, this is David Addington, this is Nancy Pelosi, this is all these people who are involved in the program, the TikTok of how it happens. It says the director of the NSA, that guy who's evacuating the building at the beginning of our podcast here, that guy was asked by the President of the United States if he would continue this program after being told by the White House and the Department of Justice that these programs were not lawful, that they were not constitutional. And the president said, would you continue this program on my say-so alone, knowing that it's risky, knowing that it's unlawful? And he said, yes, sir, I will, if you think that's what's necessary to keep the country safe. And at that moment, I realized these guys don't care about the law. These guys don't care about the Constitution. These guys don't care about the American people. They care about the continuity of government. They care about the state, right? And this is something that people have lost. We hear this phrase over and over again, national security, national security, national security, and we're meant to interpret that to mean public safety. But national security is a very different thing from public safety. National security is a thing that in previous generations we referred to as state security. National security was a kind of term that came out of the Bush administration to run cover for the fact that we were elevating a new kind of secret police across the country. And what does it mean when, again, in a democracy, in the United States, the public is not partner to government? The public does not hold the leash of government anymore, but we are subject to government, right? We are subordinate to government. And we're not even allowed to know that it happened. Now, in the book, I tell the fact that I had access to the unclassified version of this report back in Japan. And what's interesting is the unclassified version of a report, and we've all seen this today with things like the Mueller report and all of the intelligence reporting that's happened over the last several years. When the government provides a classified report to the public, it's normally the same document. The unclassified version, the classified version of the same thing, just the unclassified version has things blacked out or redacted that they say, oh, you're not allowed to know this sentence or this paragraph or this page or whatever. The document that the public had been given about the warrantless wiretapping program was a completely different document. It was a document tailor-made to deceive and mislead the Congress and the public of the United States. And it was effective in doing that. And in 2012, what I realized was this is what real-world conspiracies look like, right? It doesn't have to be smoking men behind closed doors, right? It's lawyers and politicians. It's ordinary people from the working level to the management level who go, if we don't explain this in a certain way, we're all going to lose our jobs. Or the other way, they go, we're going to get something out of this if we all work together. Civilization is the history of conspiracy, right? What is civilization but a conspiracy for all of us to do better by working together, right? But it's this kind of thing that I think too often we forget because it's boring as hell. I want all your listeners, right, to go to the Washington Post, because this document that I discovered that really changed me has been published, courtesy of the Washington Post. It's called the Inspector General's Report on Stellar Wind. And you can look at the actual document that I saw that was unredacted, right? I had no blacked out pages on mine. And what I believe it shows is that some of the most senior officials in the United States, elected and unelected, worked together to actively undermine the rights of the American people to give themselves expanded powers. Now, in their defense, they said they were seeking these powers for a good and just and noble cause, right? They say they were trying to keep us safe. But that's what they always say. That's what every government says. That's no different than what the Chinese government says or the Russian government says. And the question is, if they are truly keeping us safe, why wouldn't they simply just tell us that? Why wouldn't they have that debate in Congress? Why wouldn't they put that to a vote? Because if they were, and they could convince us that they were, they'd win the vote. And particularly, we all know, like the Patriot Act passed, one of the worst pieces of legislation in modern history passed. Why didn't we get a vote? And I think if you read the report, the answer will be clear.
If you want to eat healthy and feel your best, try Kachava. Kachava is the world's
Hallelujah, hallelujah. All praise and glory now to the Most High, forever live his anointed, beloved Son, the sinless one, in the hearts and minds of the very elect. All you brothers and sisters, grace and peace be multiplied unto you on this beautiful Shabbat. No matter what corner of the earth you find yourself in, Shabbat Shalom, grace and peace. All right, what we gonna do, y'all? We about to go back over just a recap of what we was trying to bring out last night, and then dive a little further into what we were saying. Abundant blessings to every last one of you all your families, all attached to you. In the power, name, and authority of Yahushua HaMashiach of Nazareth, we release a massive healing upon you, massive blessings, abundant blessings upon you and all connected to you. We cover every doorway and window to your mind, body, and spirit, your dwelling places, and even your chariots with the eternal spirit, Ruach HaMashiach, the anointed spirit of the Messiah. Hallelujah. Good to see y'all in the building. Bless up. All right, Nehemiah, I want to jump right into this. I want to jump right on into this. I want to first start at Deuteronomy 31. Deuteronomy 31, we're going to read 24 through 27. You know what I mean? And yesterday we were showing the difference between the eternal law of the Most High and then what was written against you, put beside or on the side of the Ark of the Covenant. You know what I mean? And what you are held to is the eternal laws of the Almighty, his 10 sayings, which line up with the 10 sayings of creation. You know what I mean? These same commandments line up with nature, the spiritual realm, and all that. All right. Yeah, I see everybody in the chat talking about they're eating electric. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All praise and glory now to the Most High. That's right, y'all. And for any naysayer listening, yes, over here we are challenging our people to put down with poison in them. So we're challenging our people to put down, stop chewing on the dead flesh of animals, put down the flesh, put down the strong drink, and put down the smoke. It's time to live. You know what I mean? And yes, we are challenging our people to live life. As of late, we prescribe the eternal dietary law in Genesis 1 and 29. You know what I mean? What the Most High ordained in the earth. Matter of fact, you know what, Nee? Me and you just read something to a beloved brother of ours before we started, right? All right, so I'm gonna share that first. Let's share that first so everybody can understand. You know what I mean? Yeah, the gospel of the Nazarenes that goes back to right around the fall of Jerusalem. Its origin goes back to John the Apostle, written while he was locked up by the Romans. You know what I mean? So we're going to read that first few verses of chapter 38 first. Then we're going to jump in. You know what I mean? And look, if it resonates with your spirit, let it ignite your spirit. If it don't, hey, just don't deal with it. It's that simple. All right? Most High bless every last one of you all, though, y'all. We about teaching and we about healing with this ministry. This is what it's about. Teaching and healing. All right? And look, they go hand in hand. You know what I mean? All right, so look, let's get this real quick. I'm going to share it on the screen, my beloved brother. And let's get this done just real quick. I want to show this. That's right, my eye. You hear me? Yah Ben, Yah Ra'el. Blessings to you, eye. Blessings to you. Most High bless you. All right, let me go to the table of contents real quick. Let's go down to chapter 38. And me and Nehemiah were just reading this to a beloved brother before we went live. Let me know if y'all can see that. I'm gonna zoom in a little more.
You might have to shift left to right. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. All right, let me know if that's big enough, y'all. Blow it up even more.
Yeah, just in case.
I got you. All right, this is chapter 38. Yeshua condemns the ill treatment of animals. Let's read. Well, we did 1 through 3, didn't we?
Yep.
Let's read 1 through 4. 1 through 4. All right. And then let's go ahead and get into our lesson at hand. All right. Let's get her done, brother.
All right. I had it posted up there, but let's get it.
We see.
Jesus condemns the ill treatment of animals. Out of the Gospel of the Nazarene, chapter 38, verse 1. And some of his disciples came and told him of a certain Egyptian, a son of Belial, who taught that it was lawful to torment animals if their sufferings brought any profit to men.
Brought any profit to men. All right. So you see what's happening. They came and told him about a son of a devil. Belial means Satan, or a certain demon. All right. It's calling this Egyptian a son of the devil because of how he treats animals. All right. Verse 2.
Verse 2. And Yahushua said to them, they who partake of the benefits which are gotten by wronging one of the Creator's creatures cannot be righteous.
Hold on. Let me scroll on down. Cannot be what? Righteous. Go ahead.
Nor can they touch or teach holy things, or speak the mysteries of the kingdom.
So he's saying, go ahead, bro.
Kingdom whose hands are stained with blood, or whose mouths are defiled with flesh.
You hear that? So it's worded a little bit different than what Nehemiah's reading on the screen. But he's letting it be known that those who partake in the benefits, whether it's, a profit by money or the benefits of your taste buds, all right, they cannot be righteous, nor touch holy things, nor teach mysteries, whose hands are stained with blood and whose mouths are defiled with flesh. Oh, wait. Now, when you do your research on this, this is older than the Gospels that you have actually in the Bible. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. All right, go ahead, Hebrew. What does it say?
Verse 3. The Lord gives the grains and the fruits of the earth for food.
Y'all heard that? This is food. The dietary law, Genesis 1 and 29. The Most High gives the grains and the fruits of the earth for food. Go ahead.
And for righteous men. Truly, there is no other lawful substance for the body.
Oh, you hear that, Hebrew? He said, for a righteous man, there ain't no other substance for the body. There ain't no other substance other than Genesis 1:29, the fruits and the grains of the earth. Oh,
because that's what he gave in the beginning. That's the first diet ever to enter into existence.
Oh, I know somebody got to be mad about that one right there.
Let me go take and see the thumbs down button real quick.
Read that verse 4. What verse 4 say?
The robber who breaks into the house made by man is guilty. But they who break into the house made by our Creator, even the least of these, are the greater sinners.
What house is made by the Creator? Your body. Your body. All right, go ahead. Greater sinners. Go ahead.
Wherefore, I say to all who desire to be disciples,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Keep your hands from bloodshed.
Come on.
And let no flesh meat enter your mouths.
Ooh, wait, go ahead.
For the Lord is just and bountiful, who ordains that man shall live by the fruits and seeds of the earth alone.
Oh, wait, I just wanted to show that real quick and just, kick it off real fast. You know what I mean? Like to strip up real quick. You know what I mean, Nehemiah? You know what I mean, son? Well, I see your neck over there too, Hebrew boy.
15 dislikes anyway.
Hey, boy, you over there looking good, boy. I see your neck right now, boy. You got over there, boy. But just like you see right there, man. He say, look, those that have blood on their hands or flesh in their mouth can't be righteous, nor touch holy things, nor teach holy things, or teach mysteries. Now, for a righteous man, there is no other substance other than Genesis 1:29. You know what I mean? If you desire to be my disciples, you dig, let no flesh meat come into your mouth. You know what I mean? Oh, wait. So we want to kick that off real quick, y'all. This whole record, this whole thing is revolutionary. Boy, tonight, boy, I'm talking about drop a nuclear bomb in this deal. Got all our enemies. Look, got all our enemies searching this deal from front to back, looking for things that they disagree with. You know what I mean? And y'all all over the flesh. All over the flesh. You know what I mean? And look, and there's things in here that you may run into that you disagree with, right? But the thing is, you can find those same things in the Bible. When you run across certain things, when you run across certain things in the Bible that don't sit well with you, guess what you do? You just continue reading. You read right over it. You know what I mean? So again, y'all, we gonna teach you to live and live life more abundantly and be free. We're not teaching nobody to be students of ours for 30 years, 20 years. No, we teaching life and freedom. We're not teaching death and bondage. All right. You got a prayer closet, meaning you got a personal gateway or doorway to the throne of the Most High. You understand? You don't need to go into no standing temple and go behind the holiest of holies, the veil. You know what I mean? No, you got what's called a prayer closet. You got the portal. You got the gateway to the throne of the Most High. You know what I mean? Come on with it. Ooh-wee, and bless all y'all. You know what I mean? And jump in that deal. Maybe some things. You may find something we ain't find. You know what I mean? So all praises, glory, and honor to the Most High, y'all. You dig? All right, what I want to do, Nehemiah, you got anything to say? I want to jump.
Oh no, I think we got a good strategy going. We're gonna go ahead and bring out, recap for last night, real boom, 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 and then go into it and be done.
And be done with it. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yeah, y'all jump on them. All right, look, let's drop this. Let's go over to Deuteronomy 31. Deuteronomy 31. Let me move all these out the way that I ain't using no more. Keep this deal fresh. You know what I'm talking about, Nee?
You know it.
All right, bye. Now let's go over to Deuteronomy 31. All right, we're going to read 24 to 27. Let's get this done.
All right, putting it up on my phone now. Deuteronomy 31, 24.
You can pull it up on yours. I'm waiting for it to pull up on mine. She'll be pulling up in a second.
Sharing screen.
I know what it said though. Yeah, that's all good. For knows what it said. For a righteous man, there ain't no other substance. There ain't no other substance.
Was Adam righteous or
your
not?
hands from blood and flesh meat out of your mouth. Oh wait.
They don't even see the law of meat. Hey, Mally, one of the ox, I believe it was YB, had asked you to post a link to that where you went to go read when you shared the website, I guess for the Ebionites or the Acts of the Nazarene of the Gospels.
Yeah, all they gotta do is just type in Google Nazarene, Acts Nazarene Gospel of Nazarene PDF or something like that. They'll find it.
Okay.
All right, here we go right here. Bang. Yeah, boy, Gospel of the Holy 12. Either it's the same. They basically the same book. I mean, it's written a little different. It's basically the same book. All right, now let's get this right here. Sure it is. Shalom to all in the chat. All in the chat. Bless y'all. All right, live life and live it abundantly. I do run me 31, Nehemiah. Let's do 24 through 27, my beloved brother. Let's get it.
All right, verse 24. And it came to pass, when Moses had made an end of the writing, the words of this law in a book, until they were finished, that Moses commanded the Levites, which bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, take this book of the law and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant and the Lord your God, that it may be there for a witness against thee. For I know thy rebellion and thy stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you this day, ye have been rebellious against the Lord, and how much more after my death.
All right, so y'all see right there where Moses gave this to the Levites, this book of the law, and said, put it in the side. Okay. If you go to Bible Hub or whatever and look at other definitions, matter of fact, you can actually do it right here. You can actually do this right here on blue letter. You know what I mean? Not interlinear, but cross references, I think, or whatever. But even when you go to different versions, you're going to see that that's not inside, that's the side or on the side. You know what I mean? So, and notice that these laws that were written by Moses that he gave to the Levites, and the Levites teach the people, these laws were put on the side or in the side of the Ark of the Covenant as a witness against you for a rebellion. Okay? Like it's not the same as the laws that were written with the finger of the Almighty. All right. I just need to make sure everybody understand it before we go forward. There are laws written in the Torah that are written against you for rebellion. Okay. Lord, if everybody understands that, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. Matter of fact, I can go show something real quick before we jump back to whatchamacallit. If y'all understand that everything written in the Torah is not written for you, some things are written against you as a witness against you for rebellion. All right. If you understand that, give us a Yahoo. All right. All right. I'm going to show y'all something else. All right. Next spot we're going to go to Nehemiah. We're going to go to Ezekiel 20. I shared this yesterday with you and my Jedediah. All right, we're going to Exodus 20, Ezekiel 20, 25 through 26 next. All right. As long as it's understood, you know what I mean? A lot of people under an illusion, like we making this stuff up. We ain't making none of it up. All right. There's conflicts. Dig? And the good thing about a conflict, y'all, all you can do is decide or choose what side you on. All right, this right here is Ezekiel 20, 25 through 26. Ezekiel 20, 25 to 26. All right. Now trip off this. What that say, Nehemiah?
Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good.
Oh, wait.
And judgments whereby they should not live.
Do y'all hear this? This is the Most High speaking through the mouth of Ezekiel the prophet, saying, I gave them, talking about Israel, statutes that were not good. and judgments whereby they should not live. Now we got a problem because we just read what Moses said, put this on the side of the ark, you feel me, as a witness against you, because I know you're going to rebel. Trip off that. Now we got Ezekiel the prophet saying right here, the Most High speaking through his mouth, I gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. Verse 26. Go ahead, Hebrew.
And I polluted them in their own gifts. In
their own what? In their own gifts.
Yep, and I polluted them in their own gifts.
Look at that. The gifts are your offerings that you're bringing to the altar. And I polluted them in their own gifts. All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
In that they caused to pass through the fire all the openings, the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they may know that I am Yahweh.
Y'all hear this? Do y'all see that? Everything, so this goes back to what we've been saying. Everything written in the Torah is not written for you. There are things written against you. Then we come to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, verse 25 and 26. He said, I gave them statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. I gave that, but it was not good. And I polluted them in their own gifts, and that they caused to pass through the fire all that openeth the womb. Y'all, them your sacrifices. Even got to the point that we was sacrificing our children as well. That I might make them desolate, that I might make them horrendous, to the end that they might know that I am the Most High. What was given to you as law that's not good for you? What judgments were given to you that you should not live by? Could it be that we read what we read in Deuteronomy 31, 24, and 27 is talking about this right here? Look at that. And people running around here acting like we going against the Torah. We just pointing out the obvious fact. Nehemiah, you got anything you want to say on that up?
Hey, look, this book has been here long before slavery. Even if you go back 1611, the bulk of the transatlantic was 1619. So you can't blame Malachi, myself, Yaki, or anybody with like mind understanding who can see the forest for the trees or the sky without clouds. That what's in there is in there. You can't get around it. And no, we are not adding nor diminishing from the Bible. We just read you directly out of the scriptures.
Hey, look, we don't got the authority to do that. We're not scribes. We're not scribes. We don't got the authority to add to the scripture and take away from. We're not scribes. All right. But if y'all just understood right there that it's in the scripture that there were judgments and statutes given to you that were not good and that you should not live by. You know what I mean? Then it went down to your sacrifices, the gifts that you offer and all that. Right? To the end that I will make you desolate. If you understand that, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. That right there saying I polluted them in their own gift. That means the Most High defiled us with these offerings. You're defiled. And that they caused to pass through the fire all that openeth the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am the Most High. Y'all, everything that you got written in the Torah is not for you. That thing is written against you. And as you keep reading and listening today, you're going to see why. Why would the Most High allow that to be in these scriptures? Why would it be allowed? You know what I mean? Like, hey, look, look, trip off this. There's a reason. All right. Now, when the answer, you know what I mean, when the answer get gave, it only come down to if you receive the answer or not. All right. Shout out to my aunt Nehemiah Ben Israel in the building. If that's the same Nehemiah that I've known for years, it's my brother that live over in Jordan. Blessing to you, elder. How you doing? All right. Well, we just went over Deuteronomy 31, 24 through 27. There were laws put on the side or beside the Ark of the Covenant given to the Levites, and the Levites teach the people. You know what I mean? And those right there were written against you as a witness against you because of rebellion. All right. And those laws were written down. Then we just went to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, verse 25 through 26. All right. And the Most High says through the mouth of Ezekiel, wherefore I gave them, Israel, also statutes that were not good and judgments whereby they should not live. So my question to anybody doubting what we're saying, well, what are the statutes that are not good? What are the judgments that you shouldn't live by? Verse 26, and I polluted them in their own offerings or their own gifts, and that they caused to pass through the fire all that openeth the womb. Those are your blood sacrifices right there. All that openeth the womb, whether you're talking animal or human sacrifice, it's all the same. And how you know it's talking about animal or blood sacrifice through animals, because you never received any type of commandment to offer a human being. All right, that I might make them desolate. The whole point that he passed these judgments and these statutes to us that are not good is to make us desolate, to make us horrendous, to the end that they might know that I am the Most High. All right, so it looks like everybody understands that thus far. All right, that's right, Yeshua. Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14. There are laws in the Torah that are written against you, that were given but are not good. You feel me? That you should not live by. The question is, all right, y'all mad at us for showing it, but why? But what laws are these? What laws are those? All right, now we did that, right, Nehemiah? Let's go over to Deuteronomy, the 9th chapter. We're gonna read 7 through 11. Deuteronomy 9, 7 through 11. Yes, we're challenging our people to get off the flesh, the strong drink, and the liquor. Just because it's written in the Torah does not mean it's written for you. There are things written, a lot of things in the Torah written that you should not live by. You know what I mean? And that are not good. Did we not just read that in Ezekiel, Nehemiah?
We read that in Ezekiel.
Did we just read that in Ezekiel? All right, so
and look, and Deuteronomy 31.
Take it. All right. And anybody getting mad in this hour, take that up with the Almighty. Take that up with Ezekiel. What you mad at us for?
Because you pointed it out.
What it is. Everything written in the Torah is not written for your benefit. There are things written that are against you, that are not good, that you should not live by, that were given for vain lust and carnal desires, that while you was eating on it, it destroyed you, it diseased you, and it killed you. I know you want to get mad. What about the Passover? Well, you still got a problem, because Jeremiah said through the mouth of another prophet, Jeremiah said, what? The Most High didn't speak to your fathers nor command y'all in the day when y'all left Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifice. Well, hold on. We read in Exodus that a lamb was slain. Not a lamb, hundreds of thousands of lambs were slain. Well, hold on. Well, we got Jeremiah saying, well, the Most High didn't command that nor speak that. We got laws concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices, and we got a story about lambs being sacrificed. But Jeremiah the prophet said in Jeremiah 7 and 22, where the Most High did not command it, nor did he speak to our fathers concerning that. So now we got conflict. It's conflict. All you can do when there's conflict, y'all, is choose what side you're on. Okay? I know you under the impression that everything harmonizes and agrees in the Bible. That's not the case. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Once you see the conflict, then you can properly navigate. Oh, okay. Get it now. It makes sense. Shout out to my Agni Araya, me and the rib have been off meat for like 9 days now. Hallelujah. I know y'all feeling good too, bro. Know you feeling good. You think a lot quicker. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. All right. So you got these Negroes running around here doing their Torah portions. You know what I mean? And reading certain things, and nobody ever asked them, hey, what was written for us that's not good, that we shouldn't live by? Why y'all teaching the laws that was put on the beside the Ark of the Covenant as a witness against us for rebellion? Why y'all teaching that? What good is that profiting us?
Still rebellious.
We'll get into that. You know what I mean? 10 plagues definitely happened, and our people definitely were delivered through the Red Sea. You know what I mean? But if you want to know what was taught to the apostles by the Messiah himself concerning the Exodus, then we can get into that. You know what I mean? Regardless of the fact, regardless if you believe the answer when it come, Yadad Zion. Regardless if you believe the answer when it come or not, what can't nobody get around is the prophet Jeremiah saying this. God didn't speak that nor command that when you left Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. But you got hundreds of thousands of lambs being slain according to the Exodus account. You got laws in Leviticus concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. See, what our people are not seeing is that the prophets who had the word of the Most High in their mouth were at war with the sacrificial code that was in the temple. They were at war with each other. You know what I mean? And all you can do is choose which sides you want. Like, all right, well, I'm going to roll with the priests. I'm going to roll with the prophets. You know what I mean? You got to make that decision. But when you're done talking, there's still conflict. If God didn't speak it nor command it, why we got it in the story and why we got laws concerning it. The Millie Mouth Negro gonna say, next thing he gonna say is this, y'all. I'm gonna give y'all the responses. Next thing he gonna say is, oh, that's talking about sacrificing the false gods. Really? Okay. So are you saying that the lambs we read about being slain in Exodus were slain to one of the gods of Egypt? There's a problem. Tell my sisters I said shalom, Nick. Allah Lord Yah. All right, let's get this. Let's go to Deuteronomy 9, Hebrew. Deuteronomy 9, I'm going to share the screen. Deuteronomy 9, I'm going to share the screen. And let's get her done. All right, bang, bang, bang. And y'all in the end, if everybody just pay attention. If everybody just pay attention in the end, y'all, what sin are we teaching y'all? What's the sin? Negro gonna be like this, well, you gotta eat flesh on Passover. But y'all, it was always those who subscribed to Genesis 1 and 29 in our history. Everybody didn't eat flesh. So how do those who are fleshless keep the Pesach or keep the Passover? You know what I mean? We got that too. We got an answer for that too. We'll go show how the Messiah actually kept Passover. And look, you can read in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You don't see him keeping, there's no lamb at his feast. There are no lamb. There are no lamb. There's unleavened bread. You know what I mean? There's herbs, there's oil, and then there's wine. But there is no lamb, though, in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But we'll get into the gospel of the Nazarene. And it'll show you how Messiah kept Passover when he was in his youth and his last meal. You'll see it.
Can I add something to that? Can I plant based on that?
Absolutely, my brother.
So look, so if you saying that the lambs were sacrificed, look, this is how you can use your own Bible without even going into the extra biblical sources, because that's what they're gonna try to take you next. But all of them who say that use extra biblical sources. But this is how you could tell, right? So when they said they sacrificed all those lambs, right, at Passover and put the blood over the doorpost, right? And then you got up out of there, right? Now they go into the wilderness, they going with great wealth. They got gold and everything else. And the only thing that was killed was the firstborn of the flock, right? So the other flock is still alive, right? So they go into the wilderness with their animals, right? They get all the way through the Red Sea. They get all the way to Mount Horeb, right? And how you know they had animals, because they told Moses, God told Moses, don't let nobody come and touch the foot of this mountain for 3 days. Then I'm going to come and bring down that fiery law to y'all, right? He said, if an animal or persons touch it, they must be put to death, right?
Right.
So they had animals in the wilderness at the mountain. If they had animals in the wilderness at the mountain and they just got through killing all those animals and eating the flesh in Egypt, why are they asking God for meat?
Right, flesh. Right.
This is what I just said, y'all. Why are they asking the Most High for flesh when they got all the livestock right there to eat?
Oh, we.
You don't see that? See, the thing is, you never been taught to critically look at the scriptures. You see what I'm saying? So again, I'm gonna run it by you real fast this time. If they did all that, murdering of the lamb, getting the blood, and putting all that on doorposts, and then getting up out of Egypt and eat the lamb, right? Then why would they get into the wilderness? They still got animals, because they told not to let animals or man come to the foot of the mountain, right? And before I give you this law, don't go into your wife for 3 days. So they got animals, right? They got themselves. They ain't really, if you keep the exit account at face value, they ain't got no problem with killing no animals and eating it. So why in the world did they ask the Most High for meat? And they had clean meat, because lamb is supposedly clean meat. Why they ask for clean quail? Things to make you say, see, super swag, get it, Chris, get it. Let me get a 9 if you understand what I just said. Let me get a 9 if you do what I just said. They had animals in the wilderness they could have ate without asking the Most High, give me something else to eat.
All right, give us flesh, right? Y'all got flock. Why not chew on your own animals?
Why you ain't chewing your own animals?
Hey, need trip off this too. All right? Trip off this one. During the time of the famine, when Joseph was down in Egypt, Jacob, our forefather, sent his sons down into Egypt to get grain, corn, etc. Correct?
Bro, I want to jump all on the story already. Yes,
hey,
this is your story. Go ahead.
Why didn't Jacob and his sons, who were still with him, simply kill their flocks and eat them?
They had no reason to be worried about no food. They had
what I'm saying. If you're supposed to chew on the dead flesh of animals, well, why did Jacob and them? Why didn't you just tell his sons, "Hey, go kill that fatted calf or kill those lambs and all that"? And you know what I mean? We ain't got no more grain or no more corn. It's a famine. We all about to die. Look, it's a famine, and they still not. Look, it's a famine, and they still don't kill their flocks.
They wasn't that hungry for meat then. And listen, they were rich. They were rich with sheep. That was the main thing that they were doing, was tending to the sheep. Moses was tending to the sheep when the one ran off and he ran and found the burning bush. They always had sheep, y'all. So why didn't they kill the sheep? And why you say, well, go get us some ox and sheep from Egypt? No, we'll get us some grain, right? So even if you got some grain, brought it back and say you want to grow some, one, it's a famine, it ain't gonna grow anyway. 2, how much grain would it take to feed 4 women, 12 boys, grown boys, and a daughter? It ain't that much grain in the world to last a 7-year famine. You know how much grain you have to bring back to sustain 12 Hebrew boys, and then y'all got sons like me. They eat sometimes more than me, right? Now you got a lot of young babies, right? And them jokers can eat, can't they?
Shoot, you already know, boy.
You at the grocery store every other day.
Exactly.
So why did they make meat? They had meat they could have slaughtered and listen, cured it, dried it, stored it, You know what I'm talking about? They could have ate off the lamb for a couple of days. You can't do that with grain and bread, because why? Once you make it into bread, you got to eat it before time or it'll mold. Because they weren't flesh eaters. Hallelujah.
That's right. Look, y'all, it's that simple. They weren't flesh eaters. Because you're about that you're not supposed to be chewing on the dead flesh of animals. Food is the fruits and grains, Genesis 1:29. All right, that's just what it is. I know a lot of people don't like that, but it's just the truth. All right, Nehemiah. Let's get Deuteronomy 9. Deuteronomy 9, start at verse 7. All right, and a good question is, why did they have livestock, right? Y'all true about this. Livestock cultivates your land. You know what I mean? It fertilizes your soil, right? From certain livestock like sheep and all that, you can shear your sheep and make clothes of wool. You know what I mean? Their purpose is not for you to chew on them. That's what these mealy mouth Negroes believe. They like, well, now y'all teaching that, you know what I mean? What's the purpose of having them? Like, you don't, come on now, like, makes sense. You know what I mean? Wool, like my IP say, commerce. You know what I mean? If you got acres and acres, you need these livestock to cultivate and what? Get the land ready to receive seed and fertilize that soil through manure. It's just what it is. Like, you know what I mean? So you got a lot of Negroes mad, but they know nothing about being farmers or being ranchers. They know nothing about it. All right, as if their only purpose, or if their purpose is for you to chew on them. Come on, let's just make it make sense.
And you don't even have the equipment that a carnivore has to consume raw flesh. You don't have the claws, the intestinal fortitude, or the teeth to consume raw flesh.
Yeah.
But instead, you try to cook it and dress it up with herbs and seasonings from plants to make it taste good.
Don't you? Straight up. Let's get this out. Deuteronomy 9. Let's start at verse 7, my beloved brother.
All right, Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 7.
Yeah.
Remember and forget not how thou provokest Yahweh thy Elohim to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that thou didst depart out the land of Egypt, until ye came until this place. Ye have been rebellious against Yahweh.
Oh, wait, boy, go ahead.
Also in Horeb, ye provoked Yahweh to wrath, so that Yahweh was angry with you to have destroyed you.
About the sacrificing, that's about setting up the God of Egypt through Aaron, the high priest, whom you receive these laws from. All right. All right. And then you sacrifice to this God. Where Aaron learned all this? How he learned how to make idols, and how y'all know what sacrifices to bring to this God? You provoked the Most High through these actions. All right. When you got into the land of Canaan, the Canaanites were doing the same thing. Yeah. Before the Egyptians, it was the Sumerians. Under Nimrod, the ancient, those that built the Tower of Babel. Before them, it was the watchers in them before the flood. They were the first ones to teach you how to chew on the flesh of dead animals, and right after that, you became cannibals. Yep. We'll read it. We'll read it in the Clementine homilies or the Nazarene Acts. We'll read it. You learned all that from them. Go ahead, verse 9.
When I was gone up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant.
The tables of what?
The tables of the covenant.
Y'all,
which
there are two Torahs. My bad, I mean to cut you off, brother. No, but there are two Torahs in the Bible. There's a Torah of life and a Torah of death. There's a God of the living and a God of death. There's even come down to what you put in your mouth, y'all. Either that's living of life or that's of death. It's expediting death. Whether it's strong drink, whether it's flesh, or whether you blacken out your lungs through smoke. There's a living way and a death way. All right, choose life. Choose the deathless way and live. You know what I mean? Really have the Most High's vessel clean so he can dwell up in you. That's what time it is. You know what I mean? How is your palate and your stomach your God today? How? This thing is bigger than your taste buds. That's what everybody mad about, because we challenging them to discipline them taste buds. This thing is way bigger than your stomach. Come on, Knock, let's get it.
Verse 9 again. When I was gone up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, even the tablets of the covenant, which Yahweh made with you, then I abode in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. And I neither did eat bread nor drink water.
Right. I mean, there was
Why
cattle.
didn't he say meat?
Right. Why? Or flesh. Biblical meat is the fruits and the grains of the earth. Flesh is what everybody's asking about. Flesh. All right. He ain't eat bread nor drink water. And y'all, there's plenty of flocks. Watch this. Go ahead. Verse 10.
And we know Moses dealt with flocks because that's how he got led to the burning bush.
That's right.
Verse
Absolutely.
10.
Excellent point. Go ahead.
Yeah, he never ate that little baby. He went to go save that baby. Why? Just to gnaw on him?
Hey, Chico, hey, what you can do, like, that's a question about the Messiah. Now, drip off this. Just think about it, right? There's nowhere in the scripture, what we call the Gospels, that the Messiah ate any type of flesh before he died. There's nothing in there that says that, even at his last Passover. There's no mention of a lamb there, right? Then we got an account in Luke where after he resurrected, he ate flesh. He ate some fish, broiled fish. All right. That right there should send up a red flag right off the gate. Hold on. How is he eating flesh after he resurrected and is being glorified? Strike one. While he was in the flesh, he never ate flesh. We ain't got one example of him eating that. All right. Strike two. Do this. Do this, Hebrew. When it comes to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, study the resurrection story of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and see if all four of them line up. The resurrection story and, you know what I mean, what he did right after resurrection. Appeared to his disciples, teaching them about the coming kingdom and all that. See if all those line up. Strike two. All right. Now, we do have him eating after he resurrected in the Nazarene Gospels. And that's actually older than what was allowed in our Bible because of certain councils. And if you want, we can read that later and we can show that he didn't eat fish after he resurrected. You know what I mean? But even if you didn't have that, all you would have to do just to question it, all you got to do is just line up the resurrection account of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and what he did after resurrection in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and see if they add up. See if the places are the same. See if he appears in the same places. You dig? And what you're gonna find out is they don't line up. If you try to put them in sequential order and make them harmonize, they don't even line up. So if they don't line up, then we have to question, well, damn, did he really eat fish then? You know what I mean? And once you do that, then we can go into an older account of what happened. And then, give you your answer. If that's what you want to do, it's all good. You know what I mean? But to me, it makes no sense for him to be where he don't eat flesh nowhere while he living in the flesh. And then all of a sudden when he resurrect, he eat flesh. He did. Same with Abraham and the angels that he fed dead animal flesh to. Why? I thought angels' food was manna. You know what I mean? But so check that out. And if you want to read what he actually ate after he resurrected, let us know, and we'll go ahead, you know what I mean, share that with you. That's no problem. All right, Deuteronomy 9 and 10. Let's get her done.
Right, Deuteronomy 9 and 10. And Yahweh delivered unto me 2 tables of stone, written with the finger of Elohim. And on them was written according to all the words which Yahweh spake with you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly.
See, now we see the difference. We see Moses wrote in Deuteronomy 31, and he put that beside the Ark of the Covenant as a witness against you. This right here is written with the Most High's finger. You heard his word, and he wrote it with his finger. You see that? Now, read that verse 11, and then we'll jump out. Go ahead.
And it came to pass at the end of 40 days, 40 nights, that Yahweh gave him the 2 tablets of stone, even the tablets of the covenant.
That's the covenant, y'all. Everybody talking about the old and new covenant. You know what I mean? The 613. Yeah, that's the covenant is the 10 commandments, y'all. It's the tablets. It's not the book of the law that was put on the side or beside the Ark of the Covenant as a witness against you. All right. These commandments written with the Most High's finger were put on the inside of the Ark of the Covenant. All right. Next scripture we're going to go to is 1 Kings chapter 8. All right. We're going to read 5 through 9. All right. Now we're going to read 6 through 9, something like that. All right. 1 Kings 8. Let's read 6 through 9. And y'all, we're not saying that they wasn't sacrificing. Obviously, they were. We're saying that wasn't given by the Most High. It wasn't given by him, nor
speak on that too?
Nor it wasn't given by him, nor commanded by him. And the prophets, all the way up to the Messiah, were totally against the killing of animals and chewing on dead animals. They were totally against it. You know what I mean? And this teaching right here disrupts a $1.5 billion industry going on in the temple. You know what I mean? The temple was the center of Israel's economy. And it was a $1.5 billion economy fueled by these so-called sacrifices and the lust that takes flesh. A lot of our people didn't know because, you know what I mean, they figure they're following the lead of the priests. And the priests have a divine right. You know what I mean? But the Messiah is coming directly against them, the scribes, Pharisees, the Sadducees. He coming directly against all of them. His teachings disrupted or upsetted the status quo. You know what I mean? So now it makes sense that everybody caught themselves being mad at us and threatening us. Now it makes sense because now you're on holy ground. You're dealing with the same spirits that came against Hamashiach. Go ahead, Nehemiah. I know you said you want to say something. Go ahead, bro.
No, I mean, it's all good. You actually just brought it out. You actually really just brought it out.
Hallelujah. Let's get this 1 Kings 8. Let's read 6 through 9.
You have to bring your story in. I don't know how to bring them in.
Yeah, we gonna get him in. Grab it, 1 Kings 8, 6 through 9. I'm showing y'all, you know what I mean? One was written by Moses, put beside the ark as a witness against the priest and the people for rebellion. One was written with the finger of the Most High. All right, and we about to go show right now where these commandments that was written with his finger, where they at concerning the ark, right? All right, 1 Corinthians 8, let's read 6 through 9, brother.
Gotcha. 1 Kings 8, verse 6. And the priest brought in the ark of the covenant of Yahweh into his place, into the oracle of the house, to the most holy place, even under the wings of the cherubims.
Yeah.
For the cherubim spread forth their 2 wings over the place of the ark, and the cherubims covered the ark, and the staves thereof above. And they drew out the staves that the ends of the staffs were sent out in the holy place before the oracle, and they were not seen without. And there they are until this day.
Come on.
Verse 9. There was nothing in the ark save 2 tablets of stone, which Moses put there in Horeb when Yahweh made a covenant with the children of Israel when they came out of the land of Egypt.
You see that? So what's in the Ark of the Covenant, you know what I mean, are the tables of stone written with the finger of the Most High. You feel me? That's eternal. That's eternal law. That lines right up with Genesis, the 1st chapter, the 10 sayings of the Most High, and God said. You know what I mean? He said that 10 times. All right? That lines up with the universal laws of the Almighty, the creation. You understand? All this lines up. The eternal law written with his finger was put on the inside of the ark. The laws that were written against you for your rebellion as a witness against you were put beside of the ark or on the side of it, and that was written by Moses. All right. If y'all understand that, see, we're just trying to make it real simple for you. If you understand that, you know what I mean, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. Now we can bring Yeshua in, and we're going to go into Matthew, the 5th chapter. Because the Messiah is saying what? Think not that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. Well, now you got to ask yourself, what law are he talking about? Is he talking about the law that was written against us for rebellion? Or is he talking about the eternal law of the Most High written with the finger of the Almighty? That's all it come down to, y'all.
That's it, man. And we should right now we should have a vivid, clear picture if you've been following just today alone, if not plus the other classes. When you get the covenant was made with those 2 tablets of stone, right? And we know for sure that's in the Ark of the Covenant, and the book of law is on the side of the covenant. We went through all those translations yesterday, right? Do that on your own time as well. What you'll find out is that those 10 commandments don't have a eat animal on it, and it don't have a sacrifice animal on it. Your covenant did not come with eat animal on it and sacrifice animal on it.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Well, what do we eat? Genesis 1:29. The way y'all talking, we can't eat nothing. Who said that? Nobody telling you to be a breatharian. Who said that? All right, let's go to Hebrews 8. Let me bring your show on too. Yeshua Aki, shalom to the young guy. What's the word, Hebrew?
Shalom. Peace be unto you, brothers.
Man, what's up with my young brother? How you doing, Hebrew? All good? What's up with the young guy?
Y'all can hear me?
You breaking up a little bit. To the Ak Chico. Hey, look, it's all good. I mean, look, either, you know what I mean, either it resonate with your spirit or it don't. You know what I mean? We can't force anybody to believe what we talking about. You dig? It either resonate with your spirit or it don't. You know what I mean? We challenge our people. We challenge our brothers and sisters to put down what's poisoning or killing our people. Flesh, even if you call it clean flesh, according to Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14, you understand? It's plaguing and disease in our people. That's the truth. That's the truth. Conscious Israel is sick as if they never stop eating pork, shrimp, crab, and lobsters.
Thanks.
Same diseases. And we know because we're a healing ministry. We know because we're a healing ministry. You know what I mean? Whether through the word and the eternal spirit of the Most High, or holistically studying creation, dealing with the herbs. We know who's sick. You know what I mean? All right. So yeah, peace to you too, brother. It's all good. And that's what we want everybody to understand. We can't force nobody to believe nothing we talking about. We can't do that. You know what I mean? But we will. As your brothers, we might get on your nerves, or we gonna challenge you. All right. All good. All praise, all glory, all honor. All right. And you're welcome there. You're welcome to ask questions out. You know what I mean? You're welcome to, even criticize what we got going on. It's all good. Like, we ain't tripping. Just don't get disrespectful. All right? Just don't get disrespectful. It's all good, brother. Grace and peace to you regardless. You know what I mean? And yeah, we gonna challenge you over here though. Put it down and live. All right. All right, Yeshua, if you can, brother, let's get Hebrews 8 and let's read that on down. This is about the covenant. All right.
Let me preface real quick. Another thing about eating life. So look, a lot of us been talking about so I just ate cherries, right? If you kill the meat, right, and you cut the meat and you cook the meat and consume it, you can't replace the meat at that point because it's death, right? But I ate all these cherries. Look at all these seeds I got. I can put their life right back in the earth. You see how that works? That's how the Most High did for you. You can consume as much as you need, then there's seed in there, and you can put it right back in the earth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's life within the seed. It's life within itself. All right. So all praises, glory, and honor to the Most High. Let's get this. Yeshua, Your Honor. I need my read that. I think Yeshua having a little bit of problems. Read that Hebrews 8, my brother.
I got you, bro. I know I got you. All right.
That's good.
So Hebrews chapter 8, verse 8. For finding fault with them, he said, behold, the days come, says Yahweh, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah.
Go ahead.
Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continue not in my covenant. And I regarded them not, said Yahweh.
Right. Now we just read what a covenant was, what was written with the finger of the Most High. Okay. With the finger of the Most High. That's the covenant. And the covenant was placed on the inside of the ark of the covenant. Correct?
Correct.
All right. The covenant is not the laws that were written against you for rebellion, that were placed beside the ark of the covenant. That's not the covenant. That's not the everlasting covenant. All right. It's simple.
So,
it's real simple.
Deuteronomy 11 and 12, Deuteronomy 11 and Leviticus 14. I mean, Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14 is not the covenant of God.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Those are more laws that were written against you for rebellion.
Because of your lust.
Yeah. How do we know that? We have a story of Israel eating quail in the wilderness because of their lust, right? Quail, according to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, is clean flesh, right? Okay, well, we got an example of clean flesh being given according to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14 in your Bible. Numbers, the 11th chapter. That clean flesh calls sickness and it calls death. Correct? All right, so if that's correct, then we can safely say that Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14 falls under the book of the law that was placed beside the ark of the covenant as a witness against you. You can safely say that now. Okay? It's just that simple, y'all. We're making it real simple. It's not hard. We're making it real simple. You know what I mean? Because there's simplicity in what we're talking about. If you just take the rebellion out the picture and just deal with what it is, you can see. It's not even hard. You know what I mean? It's not even hard. All right, come on, Hebrew, let's get it.
Verse 10. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says Yahweh. I will put my laws in their mind and write them in their hearts. And I will be to them Elohim, or power of God, and they shall be to me a people.
So now you got the Most High writing All right, well, the Most High, what he writes went inside the Ark of the Covenant. What man wrote went on the side of it, or beside it. This is proof to show you that the covenant is what we prescribe to as the 10 Commandments. And another proof of it is, about this, the Most High is right. Just like he wrote with his finger those 10 commands. All right, the totality of the new covenant is for him to write those commands in your mind and in your heart. It ain't got nothing to do with these 613 laws that these men claim they following. They're not following that. Nehemiah, didn't we just read in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, verse 25 and 26, that there are laws, statutes, and judgments given that are not good for you and that you should not live by? Did we not just read that? All right. So, you know, what's really the problem here? The Most High is not talking about writing in you or on your mind the laws that were a witness against you for rebellion. He's not talking about that. Because that's not the covenant.
And you shouldn't be in rebellion anyway.
Go bring it out, Nehemiah.
No, I'm saying you shouldn't be in rebellion anyway. Whenever God puts something to purpose, it is for that purpose. When he said, do not eat from this tree, it was purposed. That's what it was. When you rebel, that's what you get. So since you wanted that, I'm going to give you all that. And we see even in the New Testament that he gave people over to reprobate minds. We see over in the Numbers 11 where he gave you over to your lust and gave you flesh. But this all while you had flesh all around you.
Right.
So what did you want? Exactly. So that's how you know it was more lust than about flesh. But the flesh makes it make sense because you're not supposed to be eating none of that. Moses told you when he was up there 40 days, he said, I didn't eat no bread or no water. You heard nothing about no meat.
The flesh pots. JUM at Mali, would those added laws be considered to tutor back to the covenant laws? Hey, whatever laws you go through out of the 613 Jehu, whatever laws that you go through, as long as they coincide with what we're reading out of the 10, as long as they are about life and living, you know what I mean? Then yeah, you can make that point in that case. You understand? If it's about death, you know what I mean? Come on now, that ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I mean? Or things added, you know what I mean, because of transgression. You know what I mean? Like fringe wearing and all that. You dig? I mean, I got garments with fringes on them and all that, but we'll be out of our mind and think that's the eternal law of the Most High or his eternal covenant or his eternal Torah. Because there were men that the Most High dealt with before we were in the wilderness that never had fringes on. You know what I mean? It's time to get back to the beginning. Because it's time to get back to the beginning, because the beginning, the beginning is what the end will be. You know what I mean? It's time to get back to what the Most High prescribed to us. You're not in bondage. You're not in bondage to these man-made laws. You're not in bondage to these men that claim they're going over these Torah portions. You know what I mean? And the same Torah portions they go over, the imposter Jews are going over right now. And I ain't talking about, you know, I'm talking about the same exact lesson that's in front of every Tanakh, every so-called Old Testament Hebrew, and every Messianic Hebrew that subscribes to the Torah portions. You understand? They are going over the same Torah portions today, right now, that the imposter Jew is going over right now. Meanwhile, we got the Messiah who came and taught the eternal Torah of the Most High. You know what I mean? He taught what it was from the beginning. He taught life. And he came against these hypocritical scribes and priests. You dig? He came against them. And the way he taught the Torah was totally opposite of what how everybody else taught. And for that, he was hated and destroyed until he raised back up. You understand? So all praise and glory now to the Most High. Nehemiah, you were saying something. What you were saying?
No, I kind of got chained off a thought. No, I was just saying I showed our fringes and stuff like that. But I said like the first Hebrew was who? Abraham. right?
Right.
Abraham became a friend of the Most High and was found perfect because he obeyed God's law. Well, guess what? He wasn't circumcised. Ain't that in God's law or the one written against you?
All right.
He didn't have fringes on, did he?
No.
Because why? He didn't have that law. But the Bible says he obeyed God's law. So we have to get back to what he was talking about. Even when you deal with Abraham going into Egypt and you had the whole situation with Sarah and him, right? The whole situation with that, with the Pharaoh was if he, didn't let that be known that was his rib, right? Then Pharaoh would have committed adultery. That's an eternal law breaking.
That's right.
And that's why the angel was going to smite him, right? Because he was breaking the eternal law. Well, would have been breaking the eternal law.
Hey, absolutely. That's
what Abraham was dealing with. He wasn't being judged because he didn't have a fringe on or the cut in his rod. He hadn't had that yet. These were added later because of your transgression, your rebellion, right? You won't get it right, well, make the covenant in your flesh, right? That way, at least when you look down, you'll be able to say, okay, covenant of God is with me here. And through my seed, which passes through that covenant, right? But you still wasn't getting it. All right, well, put the fringes on. Put the fringes on. Then maybe when you look down and you see the borders of blue and the tassels or whatever, you'll be remembered to keep my law. But guess what? At every turn in your garments, in everything that you were given, you still rebelled. But the main thing that got us kicked out was our idolatry. And what was that? We never let go of pagan worship. They just removed the name of the pagan deity and put Yahweh on it. Ooh-wee.
Ooh-wee. And kept all these same, I'm talking about sacrifices and all. Flesh eating and all. Let's get back to it, Nee. Excellent breakdown, Hebrew. All right. Know thyself 13. Yes, our people are prokaryotic cells. We about life. Look at nature. That's right. I've chosen life as well. Hebrews 8. Where you at, bro? Verse what? 10?
11.
Verse 11. Come on, let's get it.
And they shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know ye Yahweh, for all shall know me from the least to the greatest. For I will be merciful.
I was saying about that. The totality of the new covenant is said you don't need to be taught. You feel me? Just trip about this, y'all. We got to catch back up with creation or the animals. All creation. They not walking around here with books. And they need a million precepts before they take their next step.
Precept?
No, the totality of the new covenant is that the commandments and what pleases the Almighty is already written in you. Like he had written them on that stone, or those 2 tables of stone. That's his covenant. Where and trip about this, y'all. Most y'all know exactly what the Most High requires of you and what he don't require of you. Most y'all know when you're doing wrong, even if you can't find it written nowhere. Your spirit get convicted. We got to get back to listening to the voice of the Almighty. You understand? Because you're supposed to be under the new covenant. Not all, we can't be up under the new covenant because, everybody out here teaching. Y'all, that's the problem. The brothers that's out here teaching is supposed to be showing you how that you don't need to be taught by no man. You understand? You shouldn't have to be taught or instructed by no man. Tell me, hey man, so who you with? Bro, I'm a son of the Most High. I'm a son of light. What nation you represent? I represent the kingdom of heaven. Oh, you talking about earthly? Well, earthly, I'm an Israelite. Man, if you want to talk about the earth realm, I'm an Israelite. You know what I mean? But by faith, I'm a Nazarene. You dig? Because I follow the Messiah of Nazareth, his teachings that he passed to his 12 ordained apostles. All right. And the Torah or the law or the command that he upheld, that he taught, and that he even died for is the eternal law of the Most High. You understand? You shouldn't be having to check in to get taught by nobody. Y'all, the voice of the Most High is with every last one of y'all. You know when you're doing wrong. You know when you're being inspired to do right. You don't need Malachi to validate that for you. You don't need Nehemiah to validate that for you. You already know it. You feel it. Look, when you on your way to do wrong, the Most High already telling you don't do it. Here you go blocking him out, blocking out his pure word. We teach on this channel, so you don't have to be taught by us. You should already be teaching you, or we're challenging you to listen to the voice of the Most High. You understand? And y'all, it's simple. You know right and you know wrong. You do. Without even picking up a book, you know what's up. You know what you're supposed to be doing. Because the Most High communes with you. He talks with you. That's just that's the truth. You don't need nobody to validate what you're supposed to be doing. You already know what you're supposed to be doing. Straight up. Get off the religious high. You understand? Stop exalting men. Go into your prayer closet, which is the Holy of Holies. That's where the Ark of the Covenant was at. You got direct access to the throne of the Most High because of what our Messiah did. Go into your prayer closet. That's your portal to the throne of heaven. And make your petition known. That's just the truth. All right? Come on, Hebrew, let's get it.
Verse 12. For I will be merciful to their unrighteousness, and their sins and their iniquities will I remember no more. In that he said, a new covenant. He has made the first old. Now that which decayeth and waxes old is ready to vanish away.
Absolutely, absolutely. Chico, Chico Fontaine, when you talk about animals sin if he gorged a man, no doubt. He must be killed. They not accounted to be innocent or exempt. Yeah, they're not innocent or exempt if they're putting your life in danger. But trip off this, that's far and in between. Trip off all the animals sacrificed and murdered or killed by that sacrificial cult called the priesthood, in that butcher house called, or the slaughterhouse called the temple. All those animals was not trying to kill you. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? And trip off this, even when it's time to lay an animal down, you still got to do it in love. It should not be from a spirit of malice and hatred.
And mercy.
You know? Yeah, you got to be from a spot of mercy. It's called a mercy kill. You know what I mean? The problem is majority of these animals, when I say majority, I'm talking about 99.99% of them. There's only a few examples to where the animal actually is coming at you and your life is in danger. All right, that's just the truth. All right, so if y'all understand that the new covenant he's talking about is the writing of the commandments that he wrote with his finger in your mind and in your heart. If you understand that, you understand, and not the laws that was written against us. If you understand that, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. I want to make sure y'all understand. All right, now let's go to Matthew.
God said that chicken not trying to kill you.
Yeah, the chicken definitely ain't trying to kill you. Everybody know that. Now let's go to Matthew 5. Matthew 5. All right, and 17. What laws was the Messiah talking about? What laws were he talking about? Yeah, sex in itself is not marriage. No, sex in itself is not marriage. There has to be a covenant made there. All right, there has to be a covenant. If that's the case, men, all the harlots men done laid with, those are their wives. I think we know better. That means the pedophile
transgressing the law. Sorry,
let me finish. That means the pedophile that touched little girls and had his way with them, he technically married to them. You know what I mean? We talking about us, you know what I mean, as a set apart chosen people. There's a covenant that comes with marriage before you actually you know what I mean, lay down and have loin warfare. All right. And no, we're not saying, okay, well, you know, technically you can just go around and lay with whoever and they just not, y'all just not technically married. No, you're not supposed to be doing that either. You know what I mean? Regardless if you find anything written down or not, you're not supposed to be making whores out of the daughters of Zion. But trip off this. Trip off this. You know that's wrong before you even read it. You know what I mean? I knew when I was out in the streets having my way, doing what I was doing, I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong. It ain't right. You know what I mean? So we, again, all we got to do is listen to that voice within. Know thyself 13. All we got to do is listen to the voice within. Before I ever read that we weren't supposed to be making whores out of the daughters of Zion, when I was in the streets or when I was out in the world committing loin warfare with whoever I wanted to, you know what I mean? I knew then it was wrong. I didn't even have to read it nowhere. I knew that, look, that's wrong. That's off. You know what I mean? Y'all, anything that teaches you to entertain your lusts and not to bring discipline to your vessel, because your vessel is the temple of the Most High and it's holy. Anything that teaches opposite of that, y'all, is not righteous. Regardless if you see it in there or not. Regardless if you see it in there or not, you know it's wrong. Because you got Negroes that try to come out and try to pull the well, you know, Judah, he slept with a harlot, and, you know, Samson, and well, okay, so what? What that mean? Where are you at with it? You know, going to the strip club and grabbing them broads and taking them in the back room to get a lap dance. You know that's wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Hebrew. What you was gonna say?
No, you already said it. That's why I was going with it. That we're not supposed to be making harlots. Listen, like you said, most I've been speaking to you when you were a child, right? When you were a child and you stole something, right? You looked around to see what your mama looking when you went in her purse. You ain't read that Bible yet, and you took that dollar out of her purse or her change or her candy, right? Or when you was at school and you stole somebody's eraser, you knew you had to look around and make sure they wasn't looking to take it. Even if somebody thought themselves liking somebody, and you knew they liked them, and then you went behind their back trying to shoot your shot. Even when you was little, you knew that was wrong. You see what I'm saying? If you know that you walked up on somebody that was littler than you, or you knew that you could straight whoop on, and you ran that, you know what I'm saying? I'm the big homie, big dog, and you the little dog, and you the pump. You know what I'm talking about? You knew you didn't have love for your brother. That's hatred. You see what I'm saying? You knew that was wrong. Everything you know you did was wrong. If you knew you thought in your head about cursing your mama out, but you didn't have the heart to do it, or your father, you cursing him out in your head while they talking to you, we should shut the up. But you ain't had the heart to say it because you knew it was what? Wrong.
You know it was wrong. Absolutely.
You know it's wrong. And when you used to be like, man, I don't give a damn, and you're like, oh, Lord, excuse me. You know what I'm saying? You knew what? That was wrong. Everything you do, your body tells you. How do you go to Romans chapter 2 and 13, and the heathen or the Gentile can do according to the law by nature, but Israel can't?
No way.
Do that make sense? So now you let the Gentile be greater than you again. The heathen know by nature they do what's according to the law. Why Israel can't do that? Makes sense.
Make it make sense.
Know, when you sat there outside in the backyard and you was pulling your dog by the collar and choking your dog out, you wasn't trying to eat him, but you was abusing him. You knew you was wrong. When you took your cat and you kicked it when your mama wasn't looking, you knew you was wrong. You see what I'm saying? When you sat there with your baby brother and sister and you smacked the living crap out of them and told your mama, I don't know what's wrong with him. Why you couldn't tell the truth? Because you knew it was what?
Wrong. Right. What is that? What is that convicts you? When you receive the knowledge of wrongdoing, what is that? Or the question is, who is that? That's the Most High. Letting you know what I mean? That's right and that's wrong. Absolutely. You know what I mean? And it's time for us to get back to that, y'all. You don't need nobody to teach you right and wrong. You already know it. Nah, they don't sit well with my spirit. You know what I mean? Here come the Negro trying to put you in bondage. You got him 1,000 precepts. And this Negro that convinced you with 1,000 precepts that you can go to the strip club technically because it's not fornicating. Because fornicating is only in Leviticus 18, Leviticus 20. Now, look, I know these Negroes breakdowns. And nowhere in there do we say anything about prostitutes.
Teaching
those are the unlawful sexual acts. You know what I mean? And then you like, look, in your spirit, you know that's wrong. Like that's a broad that make her money by taking in all these seeds from these men. I know it's wrong. I know it's illicit sexual behavior. Your spirit, look, the Most High convict you on it. And here come a Negro trying to put you into bondage with laws that were written as a witness against you. That got you going against the voice of the Most High. We got to stop that, Zion. It's time to live, man. Get back to what the Most High is speaking to you. You know right and you know wrong. You do. You don't even need to read it to prove it. You already know. Now, they don't sit right. I'm gonna give y'all another example. It's a mealy mouth Negro that fancy himself as our enemies now, right? One of our enemies. This guy, this character, right, believes because you're married, you got the right to rape or force yourself on your wife. That's how you know the oil is gone. There's no light up here. You know what I mean? Like this Negro believe he can rape his wife. She my possession, and I can do what I want with my possession. And she can't deny me and all this extra madness this Negro is on. I'm like, that's how you know the oil is gone. This nigga has no light. And what kind of sadistic Negro gets off by forcing himself on any woman? What's wrong with you, boy? You don't want this thing to be reciprocal. This should be consensual here. Like you should be all into the bromance, not the romance. We ain't Romans. You should be into the bromance and everything that lead up to you. You know what I mean? Being intimate with your woman. You should be into all that. That should, read the Songs of Solomon, boy. Get you some understanding. This Negro believes because the woman belongs to the man. You know, man, she may be going through something. She may be, going through something emotionally or just not in the mood. And this Negro teaches the idiots that listen to him that the man has the right to force himself or take his woman. Now, sisters, I'm not saying that, y'all out here and all y'all put the chastity belt on. Please, for God's sake, do not do that. Y'all should be trying to give these brothers as much loving as possible. Point is this, though. Point is this. You know what I mean? What that Negro is teaching is going to get every young brother who listens to him either dead or in jail because he feel he got the right to force and take his woman, even if mentally she may be going through something. Or her body may be going through something at the time. These are the Negroes that fancy themselves as teachers or priests in Israel that's teaching you the word of the Most High. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It don't make no sense. And again, what kind of sadistic, diabolical Negro, you know what I mean, get off by forcing him way on anyone? You know, it don't make sense. All right, Nehemiah, where we at?
I think I'm good now. Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
All right. Okay. You wanted me to read or
we have Matthew 5 and 17.
Okay, bet. Matthew chapter 5, verse 17. Think not that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
So the question is, what law or what Torah is he talking about? Is he talking about the laws that were written down that are a witness against you, put on the side of the ark, or is he talking about the laws that were written with the finger of the Most High? See, a lot of our brothers in this Israelite movement love to go here. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? And you'll go here, but you're not differentiating. Or is he talking about the laws that were written down that were not good for you, that you should not live by? We read that in Ezekiel, didn't we?
Right.
Or was he talking about the covenant written with the finger of the Almighty? What y'all think? Is he talking about the covenant, or is he talking about laws written against us? Let me see y'all answer in the chat. Let me see y'all answer in the chat. Write that. Write either covenant or write laws against us. Let us know.
My bad, bro.
Let us know. Let us know. That's right. Covenant. Covenant. That which is written with the finger of the Most High. He ain't come to destroy, but to fulfill. Right? Go ahead.
For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled.
Now trip off this. Trip off this. If he's not talking about the eternal law of the Most High, but he's talking about things that are written against us, you understand? Then why is it that you're not doing a whole bunch of what we read about in the Torah? Obviously, these things have passed away. He's not talking about the things that have passed away that you're not doing. Let me give you an example. Hold that real quick. I'll go to Deuteronomy 22. Hold that, and we're going to come right on back to Matthew 5 and 18. I go to Deuteronomy 22. Let's give a few examples. Does everybody think it's a game? Ooh, that's a sundry laws. Sundry laws. All right. I go to Deuteronomy 22. We're going to read 28 and 29. What's up with this?
Bet.
Let's read this real quick.
All right, you ready, bro?
Let's get her done.
All right, it says, if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found.
Let's go to the lay hold. Hold on.
Then the man. Okay, it says then the. Okay.
Hold on. Lay hold. And lay hold on her. A man find a virgin that's not engaged. If he lay hold on her. All right. What that say, Hebrew?
To catch. To handle. To lay. To take hold of. To seize. To wield. It says to lay hold of, to seize, to arrest.
To what? To arrest.
To catch.
To catch. To lay
grasp,
hold of. To seize.
In order to.
Go ahead.
To arrest. It says to grasp, in order to wield. Wield. It says skillfully. To be seized. To be arrested. To be caught. To be taken. Captured.
Wait, watch this. Let's go on down. Let's read the Strong's definition.
Catch, to grasp.
Strong's definition. What does it
say? It says chiefly to. All right. It says chiefly to capture, wield, specifically to overlay, it says to catch, to handle, to hold, to surely surprise, to take.
All right, let's go back. So basically, you can capture or you can arrest a virgin. You can capture or you can arrest a virgin. All right. You can lay hold on her. You can capture her. You can seize her. You know what I mean? You can catch her.
Right.
All right. This is a virgin that's basically she out by herself. You can lay hold on her. You can arrest her. You can seize her. You can capture her. All right. And then it says, and lie with her and they be found. Go ahead, Op. 29.
It says, and with her they it says then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, because he hath humbled her. It says, because he hath humbled her, he may not put her away all his 30.
Trip off that. Humbled her. Nope, that's it. Oh, because he have humbled her. Now trip off that. Y'all, that's basically giving you permission to straight arrest. If you see a woman that does not have a man, you got the right to arrest her. You got the right to arrest her. All right? Catch her. You got that right, according to what we read in Deuteronomy 22. But y'all, these aren't eternal laws. These are not, trip about this. These are not the kingdom of heaven laws. These are laws written against you. These are laws written against you because of rebellion. All right? So the Messiah ain't died to uphold this. This ain't what he died for. And when he say not one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law to all be fulfilled. Trip off this, y'all. All right, well, this ain't happening. If this happens, the nigga going to jail or he dying. Everybody know that. This is not happening. So if this is not happening, then that means you Negroes ain't even you Negroes. If this is eternal, that means all of us are in violation of violating this law. That ain't happening. You ain't finding no virgin and inquiring if she got a man or not, and then arresting her and then humbling her and then throwing her father 50 shekels of silver and say, this me, dog. This all me. Come on, man. Y'all know better than this. This is not the law that the Messiah was talking about, that not one jot or tittle shall pass from the law till law be fulfilled. Y'all, and there's plenty of, man, look, we can run all through this Torah and show you several things that the Messiah, he's not talking about this. This won't be going down in his kingdom. One of these mealy mouth Negroes can just, you know, get drunk on some Jim Beam and go run up on one of our little daughters. That's virgins. Take one of my little daughters, force your way on her and throw me 50 shekels of silver. Boy, I will split your wig. How about that? We're not gonna play the shits and giggles around her. This ain't the law that the Messiah was talking about. Because y'all, this is not eternal. Moses was dealing with a whole bunch of lust-filled Negroes, you dig, who was catching and arresting and kidnapping these virgins and having their way with them. And you see what stipulation he put in there, Yeshua? You can't put her away all the days of your life. Since y'all out here doing this, you got to pay her father 50 shekels of silver and you can never get rid of her. That's why this law was written down, because there was a problem going on in the nation while we were in the wilderness. This wasn't written down for your benefit. This was written down because it was a whole bunch of cockstrong, lust-filled the hot loin Negroes that was having their way with these virgins and putting them away. Moses like, nah, we gonna put a law down to where what? You can never put her away. And you owe her father 50 shekels of silver. Y'all, this ain't eternal law. Are y'all crazy? And y'all, do y'all see that? 50 shekels of silver Nehemiah put up, y'all, it's $15.38. That means your virgin daughters are worth $15.38. Come on, come on. I think we know better. I think we know better. This law was written because of the rebellion of our cockstrong men that was in the wilderness, that was kidnapping these virgin daughters, having a way with them. Moses put a stipulation instead of checking the situation. You know what I mean? He just put a stipulation. Since that's happening on a massive scale, you owe her father 50 shekels of silver, and you can never get rid of her. And we can get, and look, there's plenty of more we can go into. There's plenty of more. All right, but let's get back to this Matthew 5. If y'all understand that the one jot and one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, is talking about the eternal Torah, what the Most High wrote with his finger, and not what we just read, give us a 7 up in the chat. Just want to make sure everybody understands. All right. All right. Just make sure y'all understand this thing. These men trying to hold y'all in bondage around here. And they got the same Torah portions as the imposters out here, man. Come on, man. All right, verse 19. Let's get it, Yeshua. Yeshua still on there. Nehemiah, let's get it. Then Yeshua.
All right, let's get it, bro. You know how we do.
Hey, is this making sense for you, brother?
What? Bro.
I know.
You not go what? You already know my history, bro. You're not gonna rate my daughter and give me $15 and give me $15 and think we cool.
You not finna rape my daughters and be alive.
See what I'm saying?
How about that?
Look, I'm with Pete. I'm with my brother Pete. Pete put in the text, like, bro, you see what 2 of those 12 did to that whole city? That's what's gonna happen if you do it to mine.
Yeah, we not playing. Look, we not gonna play this game, and you niggas talking about your Thawa-Ra. Well, according to Thawa-Ra, I just owe you $15. No, we not gonna play no game with you, Millie Mouth Negroes. You got the nerve in your mind. You believe in that right there. What we read is righteous, and that's holy. No, it's not. That was something written down because it was a pandemic in the wilderness. It was a whole bunch of Negroes running around here kidnapping these young daughters.
And they trying to get stuff off. They were trying to get stuff off. And listen, when you read the Messiah, and the Messiah is plain as day, for and on the record. The Messiah is plain as day on the record saying, look, from the beginning, certain things wasn't so. The reason why Moses gave you a divorce law is because he suffered that for you, for the hardening of your heart. Not that God gave him the command, not that Christ gave him the command. He did that. He wrote literally Deuteronomy 24, which brothers hold high and mighty, right? Because of you, because of the issue that you had. Not because the Lord gave him divine inspiration, like, he changes not, bro. Ain't nobody committed no crime higher than what Eve did, bro. Ain't no woman we ever dealt with cost us eternal bliss. None of the women we ever dealt with cost us the Garden of Eden. You know what I'm talking about? And no woman you ever dealt with and stayed with cost you your life. Meaning death came into play right when Eve ate from that tree and gave it to Adam. Not only did she kill it for herself, she gave it to you to die on for. No woman ever treated you that bad. You hear me? And I'm talking about on top of that, if you read the extra biblical books, and you read them lost books of Eden, Eve actually said, hey, kill me. Adam said, woman, you tripping. You flesh of my flesh and bone of my bone. He never even divorced that woman. Listen, you got kicked out of creation and God. Messing with this woman, and guess what? He stayed with that woman. He held the charge with that woman. And Christ told you in Matthew 19, 3-9, from the beginning, it was not so. When my Father put together, can't no man break up. How many, and then look how I say, just if you don't find no beauty in her, no delight, you know what I'm saying, none of that good stuff, her mouth get bad, or her, she get fat, or whatever. Whatever you find distasteful, disgraceful, you can just write a bill divorce, leave my house. Do you think the Lord meant for you to treat the daughters of Zion like that? Because us as men who got daughters, bro, we'll come and see you on that one. My nephew, hey Darius, can somebody come in there and do your daughter like that? Can somebody do my great niece like that? Come in there and use her, benefit whatever he gonna benefit from her, and then gonna come in here and be like, it's all you, baby. I kicked out.
Yeah, some gotta come behind that.
Some gonna come behind it, bro. Hey, Matty, I know you ain't playing with yours, brother.
Man, look, everybody in this earth know I ain't playing. I ain't playing at all. You know what I mean? So when y'all hear these so-called laws that everybody talk about that they keeping, you know what I mean? Look, don't be fooled by it. These Negroes not keeping no Thawa and no 613 law. No, they not. Because if they was, guess what, y'all? You would be held to what we just read. About a man got a right to take your virgin daughter, have his way with her, give you $15, and he just can't divorce her. Y'all, this is not eternal law. This is not what the Messiah came to uphold or teach. Just to keep it real with you, you know what I mean? Y'all, there are two Torahs. There's a Torah of life and a Torah of death. There's a God of life and a God of death. There's a commandment written with the finger of the Most High placed on the inside of the ark. There are laws placed beside the ark as witness against you because of rebellion. What we just read was rebellion. Men were taking these virgin daughters, kidnapping them, having their way with them, and then putting them away, thus turning them into whores. That's just what it is, y'all. You know what I mean? So look, let's keep ourselves solid. All right, let's get this. Matthew 5, let's get 19.
All right, hold on. Matthew 5:19. And whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Y'all, are y'all telling me the Messiah is telling us to teach men to kidnap virgin daughters, have their way with them, and just pay their fathers $15.38, and you just can't get away, you just can't put her away? Do you believe that's what the Messiah is talking about? That if we teach that, we shall be called great? No, that is not what he's talking about. And as we keep reading, we gonna see. We gonna see what he's talking about. Let's get it out. Verse 20. You there? Darius, you there? Verse 20. Go ahead and read that.
For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Your righteousness got to go further, succeed or exceed. You feel me? The so-called religious authorities that were in charge in this day. These men were narcissistic. These men were drunk with power. And guess what? These men will manipulate the scriptures, y'all. We see the scribes, though. The very scribes that Jeremiah prophesied would have lying demons and will write things down to propagate their own agendas. The
That's just the
scribes
truth.
and Pharisees. The scribes and if your righteousness don't go or exceed theirs, you are in no way, shape, form, or fashion making it into the kingdom of heaven. Y'all, the scribes wrote that out about kidnapping a virgin daughter and having a man having his way with them. That's not what what we read in Deuteronomy 22, y'all, are not kingdom of heaven laws. Well, verse 21, let's get it.
Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. And whosoever shall say to his brother, Rakah, shall be in danger of the council. But whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire.
Trip off that. Trip off that. So we got an eternal law, thou shalt not murder or kill, correct? Meaning the shedding of innocent blood. But he went even further, because unless you have the proper teacher to break down what that means, a scribe gonna break it down for you and say that only applies to this, it don't apply to that. The Messiah letting it be known, if you have the spirit, if you are in agreement with the spirit of anger, you already committed murder. If you hate your brethren, you are already a murderer. You see? So we got the 10 commands or the eternal Torah, and we have our master teacher who was anointed by the Most High to teach you what the Most High wrote with his finger, the intention of it, what it really means. And trip off this. Everything goes up to what? Your spiritual understanding. Because trip off this. You already be knowing when you be angry, certain things is not right with you. You already know the spirit of hate is wrong and evil. You already know that. Body be shaking and everything, man. You over holding on to anger and hatred. Whole body be shaking. You can't even think straight. So it's letting you know you can't be in agreement with the hateful or the angry spirit, because guess what? You already guilty of shedding innocent blood. You already guilty of shedding innocent blood. All right, jump on down to verse 23. Go ahead.
Therefore, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee, leave there thy gift before the altar, and go thy way. First be reconciled to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift.
Right, now here you go, our people. Well, see right there. He talking about, you know what I mean, offering the flesh of animals. Right, but y'all, there are grain offerings. There are wave offerings. What he's going into is how dare you bring any type of gift, you know what I mean, or you offer any type of oblation to the Almighty, because we're totally against the bloody sacrifices. You offer any type of oblation to the Almighty, you understand, but you ain't been reconciled to your brother. You know what I mean? You ain't been reconciled to your brother. He's going into the hypocritical mindset of bringing offerings. All right. All right, verse 25. Jump on down. Let's get it.
Agree with thine adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison. Verily I say unto thee, thou shalt by no means come out thence till thou hast paid the utmost farthing.
So even our master teacher taught us how to deal with these Roman centurions, these police. He taught you how to deal with those who have blood in their mouth and are deputized to kill. You know what I mean? It's not wise for you to be opening up your mouth and flat foot cussing no heathen out, and he got a badge to kill you. You know what I mean? I've been guilty of it in the past. Thank the Most High, my life was spared. You dig? Use the battle strategies the Messiah is teaching you about, so you can learn how to unarm that angry, that hateful, that bloody spirit that these Roman centurions have on them. All right? Makes sense? All right. Verse 27. Go ahead, Doc.
Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart.
See, now trip off that. Again, you won't be able to get off on a technicality. Trip off that. You won't be able to get off on a technicality. Technically, I never laid with your wife. But boy, you got a hot eye toward her. Your loins is burning. You're dreaming about her. You know what I mean? And only the Most High know your thoughts. You're going to be, so you mean to tell me, based off the eternal command of the Almighty, you even going to be held to your thoughts, the thoughts that you entertain. You see that? Yeah, there's 8 billion people on this earth, and all those are 8 billion different thought forms. Yes, under this faith, this Nazarene faith, under this Melchizedek priesthood, you are responsible and accountable for the thoughts that you entertain. Yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're guilty of adultery if in your mind you're entertaining and being intimate, you understand, with another man's woman, even if you didn't commit the physical act. Because in the spirit, you already done did it. You see that? And this Nazarene faith, under this Melchizedek priesthood, you are accountable and you are responsible for the very thoughts that you entertain. If you are being tempted, you better bind them spirits up and rebuke them and get them gone. They can't sit here. You got to get up out of here. I break your will by the eternal spirit of the Most High. I unleash the fire of the Ruach HaKodesh after you leave my presence. You and all your demons. You feel me? I call for the whips and chains of fire for your neck and for your back. You unclean spirit of lust. I'll break your back and crack your skull in the name, power, and authority of Yahushua, the mighty Messiah from Nazareth. You got to come at these spirits. You got to break them. You understand? You got to talk violent to them and command them to move out the way. What you can't do is entertain, because you're held responsible and accountable for your thoughts. You understand? Over 8 billion thought forms on this earth, you dig? And the majority of them are wicked inclination. Majority of the thought forms on this earth are wicked thoughts that we entertain on a daily basis. You mean to tell me that under the Messiah's priesthood and in this Nazarene faith as taught by our master, the eternal law, you're held responsible and accountable for your very thoughts that you entertain? See, we talking about the eternal law of the Most High and its proper application. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, you are. You see, either you're going to live in the spirit and walk in the spirit, or you're going to look for technicalities in the flesh. But you won't make the Messiah's kingdom looking for technicalities in the flesh. All right? Trip off that Tawa Ra. I technically ain't do it. Well, you did it under the Messiah's priesthood. You did. But come on, Hebrew, verse 29. Let's get it.
And if thy right hand offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell.
Go ahead.
And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that the whole body should be cast into hell.
Trip off that. And what can you look at with your eye and put into action with your hand? You understand that the Messiah is saying, pluck it out or cut it off. In other words, bring that flesh into discipline and under subjection to the spirit. What can you look at with your eye and put into action with your hand that will cause your eye and your hand to offend you? To the point to where Mashiach saying, yeah, you better pluck it out or cut it off. You, in other words, that's not literally go pluck your eye out or cut your hand off. He's saying, bring that flesh under subjection. You understand? Because hellfire is real, boy. That's why. What is that? You understand? That's lust. Well, what do you look at today? Not you specifically, but what does the world look at today that your hand can put into action? You know, it's called pornography. You look at pornography because you're lusting. And you don't even know if them women belong to somebody else. So you're looking at adultery and all type of fornication. And here you go looking at another man's rod. How the hell are you looking at pornography and don't look at the man's rod? How?
Right.
You're looking at something that's causing you to offend and you put your hand into action. You're masturbating based off what you're looking at. And this Negroes out here that teach you, technically, you can look at pornography. It ain't no sin, brother. It ain't the TORAH or the Torah. Negro speaking pig Latin. That man ain't even taught you how to discipline your flesh, how to bring it into subjection, how to unleash fire after these unclean spirits that are enemies of ours. That's keeping us, that war against our spirit. That's keeping us out of the kingdom of heaven. Keeping us from activating that which is already within the kingdom of heaven. Niggas think you can go lay with prostitutes and watch porn. And got they nerve to lay they mouth over here against us. Niggas jack off. Like, how's you even talking? You niggas play with yourselves. Ain't even repenting about it. The one woman was a sodomite a couple years ago. Call herself a prophetess. Like, how are you men laying your mouth over her and we're challenging you to walk as God and be better, including stop looking at the porn? That one Millie Mouth Negro who I don't even speak his name no more because he a clown. You know what I mean? Them niggas watch pornography. Them Negroes play with themselves. They got the nerve to put your mouth over this way. Y'all, it don't make sense. All right? Yes, get rid of the pornography. Go burn it. Block them websites. All right? That's how serious it is, y'all. All right, verse 31. What we got?
It hath been said, whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorce. But I say unto you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causeth her to commit adultery. And whosoever shall marry her that is divorced, committeth adultery.
Not sure about this, y'all. This is a different conflicting teaching concerning divorce than what Moses gave. Messiah's teaching is destroying the teaching of divorce that Moses gave. He said, you read that and heard that, but I say unto you. Y'all see that? From the beginning, y'all, it was not so. You see? You got people around here, boy, that had more divorces than marriages. And they think because the TORAH or the Torah allows them to divorce these women. I'm talking about for the slightest mess up, man. For the slightest mess up. These women getting divorced and all type of stuff. These niggas is nuts.
Hey, run that language back one more time, bro. Run that language back one more time.
But the teaching that the Messiah is teaching concerning divorce is completely opposite to what Moses was teaching.
And that's why they hate
Matthew 19. And when you get to Matthew 19, he say what God has put together, let no man tear apart. Moses was a man. So is the law of divorce a part of the 613 laws or not? Yes, it is. These were laws that were put beside the Ark of the Covenant, y'all, because of rebellion as a witness against you. The Messiah is teaching the higher law, the eternal law, the law of life. You putting away your wife, if it ain't for fornication, then you know what I mean, you going against his eternal law. That's just what it is. From the beginning, it was never that. But the Most High put together, let no man put asunder. Truth. Y'all see this? He's teaching against what Moses gave. And y'all, the non-messianic see this. That's what they not crazy. They know what they read. That's why it's hard for because they revere Moses so much. They don't realize Moses prophesied about the prophet of truth, Navi Emet, that will come and restore all things and teach the true sayings of the Almighty. That's the Messiah. But the non-messianics revere Moses so much that when they read this, they be like, oh no, we can't accept that because Master Moses said this. You dig? But the Messiah is greater than Moses. Prophesied to come by Moses. Go ahead, Nehemiah. I know you got something to say, brother. Go ahead.
No, man, look, that's what we was talking about yesterday. I know we had a lot of technical difficulties. But when you come across something like this, and then what we've been bringing forth, one, these are things that's been in the Bible. So there's no reason to get mad at us. These conversations were long before we got here, and we'll be here long after we gone. You hear me? And at the end of the day, you got the Moses Deuteronomy 24 understanding, and you got the Mashiach understanding. Or you say you got Aaron's understanding, or the Mosaic understanding, and you got Messiah Mikha'el's understanding. At this point, you have to choose what I want to follow. Because in reality, y'all would have been mad at Christ because like y'all mad at us for telling y'all there's conflict and contradictions and things are not what you think they are. That's what Christ was doing. He was revealing to the people that the things that you thought was in the law are actually not that so. So when he walked up on the scene and said, look, man, I got you. You can actually run with that woman and lay with her. That's adultery. I'm going to tell you something. When you have that thing up here, that's adultery. I can look at my nephew and I can hate him. That blows to murder. Hate is a seed. And anger kicks in. Anger is to the right hand of Satan. Then I jump on in and then I'm trying to kill my nephew or come against my nephew to hurt him. That way taking away from his wife and his two children. And then taking away from our family because then what you think, that's what causes the divide that our families are at war. You see what I'm saying? So the whole thing, if you can't see it, is that either you're choosing to follow Mashiach or you're choosing to follow Aaron. But the schoolmaster and the temple are all gone. It is all gone. All you have left is Messiah. Because ain't none of y'all Torah only, non-messianics, doing nothing of the culture or the customs of the temple or the priest or the sacrifices or anything. You have been out of order since the fall with no hopes of redemption or salvation. Or you can understand what the whole Bible was about spiritually from out the gate and then rock this thing on home with Messiah, walking in full faith and in full understanding that he would not want you to hurt his creation. If Christ is at the beginning, at the architect of this whole thing, and everything that God said in Genesis 1, he said it 10 times. Just Google. I mean, just go to Bible Gateway, pull up the KJV, and in the search box. Because I did it. And just type in God said. All the way from the top to the bottom is in there literally 10 times. It's literally in there 10 times. So when he came to restore the law, he came to restore the deeper meaning and understanding of the law. And in nowhere in the law, in the finger of God placed inside the ark, is there a meat-eating law or a sacrifice law or a divorce law, what we just read. It just ain't. But there is an adultery. There is fornication because they can be going of another covering or following another God as well, which is a transgression of the one, the very first. And then you got murder or shedding of innocent blood. Like the priests, they were guilty. They tried to pass it off to Rome to crucify Christ, but the blood is on their hands. Paul understood that. Like, if you would have realized what y'all just did, y'all just killed the Son of the living God. That blood is on you. Thank God that Christ ain't on there to your charge. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. You need to be thankful. You hate him, you claim you follow him, but you don't do as he say. And then when you see passages like this that say, Lord, Lord, I did this, I did that. He said, depart from me, I know you not. How do you just sit there and say, I walked with you the whole time, Lord, and then you get right to the point where you at his presence, and then he say, depart from me, ye work of what? Iniquity. You gonna be like this. When I kept Deuteronomy 14, I did Leviticus 11, I did Leviticus 23 to the best I could. No, you didn't. You've been following Aaron, and the whole time you missed Melchizedek by about a month. And you can't say you didn't know, because now that you've been brought to this understanding, it's been presented to you, now you're accountable for the knowledge that you're hearing. The blood ain't on our hand no more. It's on you. You have just now become accountable to this information. What you gonna do with it?
Absolutely, brother.
Choose life and live, or choose death and die.
Absolutely. And y'all, in the end, all anybody got to do is just examine what we're saying as a core principle, right? If you look at it, you be like, well, look, the brothers ain't teaching sin. They're actually guiding us back to life. They're challenging us to be better, live better. You know what I mean? Stop partaking in death and things that kill you. Stop choosing death. You're making choices every day of death instead of life. You know what I mean? And again, another Negro calling himself talking about is like my key I just put up. You know what I mean? Poor little Tink Tink down in Atlanta that claimed the world was going to end back in 2012. Then he disappeared for a few years, reinvented himself, and came back on the scene as a fancy moray. You know what I mean? But I know y'all been around long enough. I know these cats. You know what I mean? The Negro back, y'all remember back when the Mayan calendar 2012, everybody thought the world was going to end. December 21st, 2012, Planet Nibiru and the Brown Dwarf Star. This Millie Mouth Negro, poor little Tink Tink, down Jediah down in Atlanta. He claimed that the world was going to end back in 2012 during the Feast of Trumpets. And it didn't happen, and a whole bunch of people jumped down his throat. I was going to hit his top, but I'm like, they already jumping down. But he ain't never repented it. You know what I mean? He going to go to the story of Jonah. You know what I mean? And talk about how Nineveh was spared. But Nineveh and everybody repented and fasted, including the animals. That's why Nineveh was spared. America ain't repented for its crimes. You jumped out there and said the world was going to end in 2012 during the Feast of Trumpets, and you were wrong. So now you have another false prophet. You know what I mean? Caught himself speaking against us. Y'all, look, none of y'all got enough swords for us. I'm going to keep it real with you. You just don't. You feel me? And the nerve of some of these guys who I personally know, you dig, even come out and even put your mouth over this way. You know what I mean? A woman calls herself the prophet. She's a sodomite. I got people in Israel that know you. Straight sodomite. You know, maybe you not now, but you was just a few years ago. You know what I mean? Like these people, like we straight know, and you be like, the nerve of y'all even try to come out and come against us. Just say, I don't understand what y'all saying. Can we have a sit down or something like that? Absolutely. You did. But when it comes down to you just trying to gain fame, it's gonna backfire on you. You know what I mean? Because people ain't gonna do nothing but come and listen more and more. And say, okay, I see what y'all saying. Yeah, I see what they saying. They do say that. All right. Matthew 5:33. Let's get it done.
I wanted to comment on that.
Go ahead, bro. Bring it up.
I was just thinking it was like it make a lot of sense because most of us profess that you know what I'm saying, the one that was talking to us the whole time was Christ, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The Lord. So it's just like, even, you know what I'm saying, he follows his father's will. You know what I'm saying? He going back to the beginning concerning fornication. Like, you know what I'm saying? His wife was us the entire time, you know what I'm saying? And then to our lustful desires and fornication and things that we wanted to do, you know what I'm saying? He gave us on over to basically our, you know what I'm saying, our lust and whatever, you know what I'm saying, whatever we wanted. And then, you know what I'm saying, but through his love, through his love, you know what I'm saying, he was brought down here, of course, by his father, and sacrificed his love to get his bride back, and asked his father to forgive us. It was just something to think about. But
Yeah,
just concerning the
absolutely, bro.
fornication thing.
Absolutely. And for on the record, everybody know we ain't no damn Hindus. People just mad because we into a higher understanding of what the Torah is really saying. All right, Matthew 5:33. Let's get it, bro.
Again, ye have heard that it hath been said by them of old time, thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. Neither shalt thou swear by the head, because thou canst not make one hair white or black. But let your communication be yeah, nay, nay. For whatsoever is more than these committeth of evil.
Cometh of evil. Now, my question is, in the Torah, all right, in the Torah, right? Are there laws in the Torah, you know what I mean, that you can basically swear or basically swear? Are there laws in the Torah about that? Because this is what he addressing. And knows what he's saying. Anything other than this cometh of evil. Let your yea be your yea and your nay be your nay. Let's go to Leviticus 5:4. Hold your spot right there. Go to Leviticus 5:4. He's saying what you reading in the Torah about swearing, you know what I mean? Don't do it. Just either yea, yea, or nay. Whatever is more than these cometh of the evil. Cometh of the evil. All right, let's jump on back. Let's go to Leviticus. We're going to come back to Matthew 5:39. All right.
All right.
And then we're going to get into the Nazarene Acts. Y'all see what we're talking about. All right. Leviticus 5. What they say, way we qua. 5. Let's start at verse 4. Now, the Messiah just said, what did he just say? He just said, don't be forswearing yourself. You've read it, you've heard it, but I say unto you, don't swear at all. You know what I mean? Like, don't swear by your head, don't swear by Jerusalem. Let your yea be your yea and your nay be your nay. Anything other than that is of evil. And then we just read that.
All
right, now let's read Leviticus 5:4.
Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil or to do good, whatsoever it be, that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him, when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these.
So my question was, do you not have in what you receive as the Torah, you know what I mean, a law about swearing? Yes, you do. Now, Messiah taught against this. We just read it. But I say unto you, Right? Go ahead, Hebrew.
And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he hath sinned in that thing.
Go ahead.
And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord for his sin which he hath sinned.
Uh-oh.
A female from the flock.
Ah, female from the flock. Go ahead.
A lamb or a kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin.
Wow. Go ahead.
And if he be not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring of his trespass, which he hath committed, 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, unto the Lord, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering.
Go ahead.
So if you don't bring the money, you're gonna give me some collateral.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off his head from his neck.
Dang. What? Tear the head off that poor little turtle dove.
Dang. Yeah.
Wring his head from off his neck. All because you swore something and didn't do it, whether it was good or evil. If you swear it and you don't do it, it's sin, and an animal that had nothing to do with you sinning got to get his head wrung off his neck. Or some lambs got to be offered up as burnt offerings. Oh, wait. Wow. Okay, go ahead.
But shall not divide it asunder.
Go ahead.
And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering.
Y'all see that? So the Messiah, let's go back to Matthew 5. Y'all can read it on your own time. But the Messiah is saying, Messiah right there is saying, don't swear at all. You know what I mean? If you don't swear at all, then guess what? You're not even bound to do all this that we read. And during this time, these priests were doing this. All right? People were doing this. Read Matthew 5:37 again, brother. So his teaching is directly against what we read in Leviticus. He's saying don't swear at all.
Yeah.
You dig? Let your yea be your yea and let your nay be your nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. So he's saying that what you read in Leviticus 5 is rooted in what? Wickedness, evil. That's what he's saying. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. And that Leviticus 5 is another law written against you for rebellion, put on the side of the Ark of the Covenant. If y'all understand that, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. I want to make sure everybody understands. The Messiah is breaking down the eternal law. He's magnifying his law. You did? And he's coming directly against. You know what I mean? In certain cases, he's coming directly against what our people received as holy laws given by Moses. Straight up. He teaches opposite of Moses when it comes to divorce. He's teaching opposite of the laws of taking vows and swearing. Because when you renege on that, you got to kill some animals too. His teachings are different than what they're teaching in his day. You know what I mean? And this is what has him hated, because he's not teaching the norm. Why do you think all these Hebrew Israelites mad at us right now? You know what I mean? Because these teachings are different than everybody's dry teachings. Teaching's dry, man. Your spirit ain't getting magnified. Your spirit ain't getting ignited by listening to the same Torah portions over and over again. Your spirit ain't getting magnified listening to these dry men because they ain't been called to teach.
Right.
You're not even being challenged to be righteous. Some of those, look, a lot of those men believe that you can rape your women, beat your women. The one Negro fancy himself as an elder on record pouring cayenne pepper down his woman's privates. Like, what is you nigga? Like, how the nerve of you Negroes even come outside and fire this way as if we don't know what's going on? Cayenne pepper. And y'all, this Negro graces the planet in his Hebrew robes. He's in full graduation mode every day. This Negro wears his graduation garments with the graduation hat with the tassel on it every single day. But this Negro on record pouring cayenne pepper down his woman's privates as a punishment. And got the nerve to tell y'all we coming against Torah. Y'all, somebody teaching life and freedom, somebody else teaching death and captivity. Keep it real. Then everybody know that. These men ain't righteous. These men ain't teaching you to level up. These men ain't challenging you to be or walk as God in this earth. They got you bound by the same laws that had the priests bound.
And where does it say you can bring physical bodily harm to your wife for a punishment?
It don't say it. That's the point. It don't say it. These Negroes read that a man has authority on Sarah called Abraham Lord, and these niggas get on a straight up power trip. I'm talking about these Negroes think they like King Henry VIII in their former life. These Negroes think they Genghis Khan or somebody. Huh?
Right.
You know, I technically don't see it in the Hatawara. So, man, look, man, all you cats is clowns. All you cats ain't firing no type of shots. Y'all not hitting nothing. You know what I mean? And act like we don't know what's really going on. All y'all know we know what's up with y'all, man. It's dry. It's boring. Ain't nobody listening. It's whack. Y'all not feeding nobody's spirit with nothing. And y'all not following the true teachings of Mashiach. You're not. Because there are times when he talk opposite of what you hold dearly in your 613 laws. All right, let's get it out. Matthew 5 and 38.
38.
Go ahead.
Ye have heard that it have been said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth.
That's in the law, ain't it? Ain't that in Exodus? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, boy, watch this, verse 39.
But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil.
He's saying don't even resist evil. Whatever comes to you, you know what I mean? Whatever comes to you, whatever opposition you find yourself in, brothers and sisters, don't fight it, embrace it. Embrace it. Because you're going through the same opposition the prophets went through. The disciples went through. You know what I mean? They consider death the gateway to life, man.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you go through, embrace that. Because ain't nothing happening without the Most High's finger anyway. You feel me? And that goes right back to the Essene teachings. The Nazarene movement was birthed out of the Essene movement. All right? He said, but I say unto you, look, it tell you eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, but I say unto you, don't even resist evil. Whatever come your way, just embrace it. Go ahead, Hebrew.
But whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also.
Nah, you saying, oh, well, that means I'm supposed to be a slap target. It's just letting you know, y'all, be prepared for persecution when it comes following Hamashiach. And don't take it personal. You know what I mean? You're going to go through some of your darkest times in your life, period, following the Messiah. That's all it is. You know what I mean? Isaiah the prophet said he gave his cheeks over to the smiters. Let's read that real quick and come back there, Darius. Just in case y'all think this ain't, you know what I mean? And the majority of your enemies, y'all, are Israelites. Man, ain't no heathens out here slapping you. Ain't no heathens out here personally persecuting. It's really us. We come at each other's neck. Okay? Isaiah 50. Man, Isaiah said the same thing. Oh, wait. All right, we're going to read Isaiah 50. We're going to read 6 through 9.
That's going right back to just saying don't render evil for evil.
Yeah. Isaiah 50, we're going to start at 5 through 9. So you got in what you call the in Exodus that eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But the Messiah is teaching against what you got in Exodus. You got in there the laws of divorce. He's teaching against the laws of divorce. You got in there the laws of adultery. He letting it be known if you in your mind already did it, you're just as guilty of it. You got in there, thou shalt not kill. He telling you in your mind, if you already angry at your brother without a cause, you already a murderer. He's giving you the true understanding of the eternal Torah of the Almighty. And when we get into these Nazarene acts, after we done with this, y'all, you gonna see Kepha or Peter was taught the same thing. Our Messiah did not teach the Torah how the scribes and the Pharisees and them taught. He did not teach the Torah how these so-called Israelites teach today. He didn't. He wasn't doing Torah portions, the same Torah portions as these heathens. He wasn't doing none of that. How do we know? Because guess what? These teachings will be in there. These teachings ain't in there. The Most High say, this is my beloved son, hear ye him. All right, here's Moses, here's Elijah. We need to make more tabernacles for them as well. Most High say, this my son, hear ye him. He's spoken to our fathers in the times past by the prophets, but in the last days, he has spoken unto us by his son, whom he have appointed heir of all things. You listen to the heir. You listen to the appointed heir of all things. That's who you listen to. That's how you know if you're pleasing the Almighty or not. And his teachings he gave to his 12 apostles. That's how you know. Isaiah 50. Let's read 5 through 9.
The Most High, Yahweh, had opened up mine ear, and I was not rebellious, neither turned away back. I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair.
Go ahead.
I hid not my face from shame and spitting.
Y'all hear this? What's the difference than what Isaiah is saying and what the Messiah is saying? Messiah is saying, they smite you, turn the other cheek. Be prepared to go through persecution in his truth. Don't take it personal. You're on the very path and you're embracing the very path and opposition that the prophets embraced, that the disciples had to go through. What make you special? Here you go wanting to cry. You dig? Well, he say, look, your reward great in heaven. They did the same thing to the prophets. You're supposed to be rejoicing and jumping for joy. Y'all, that's why we not mad. We just speaking on obvious truth. These people sound like clowns putting their mouth against us. Well, who are you speaking against? You're speaking against the Almighty. All right? Knows what he said. I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hid not my face from shame and spitting. We ain't ducking. The same spirit that came against Isaiah, the same spirit came against Messiah, the same spirit came against the prophets and the disciples, y'all, is rising up against us in this hour. And guess what we doing? We embrace it. We embrace it. These men ain't about to destroy nothing. Because if you sit down and just examine what this is outside of pride, you can see what we're saying. All right. Come on, Hebrew. Let's get it.
For the Lord God will help me. Therefore shall I not be confounded. Therefore have I set my face like a flint, and I know that I shall not be ashamed.
Let that mind be in all y'all, because it's in us. You know what I mean? We done set our face like a flint, boy. You know what a flint stone is? One of the hardest rocks on this earth. We don't care how many people get mad and make their little Millie Mouth videos. What that mean with us? We know the Most High is with us, and we won't get put to shame. Oh, they trying to destroy you. Who you talking about? Like, look, this thing is of the Most High. It'll never be destroyed. We ain't come out with this for fame and fortune. You lose followers behind this. We ain't come out with this because the government paid you to come out with this. The government don't want you Israelites healthy. We not afraid to lose. That's why we the right ones to come out with this. You know what I mean, Darius? We not afraid to lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it ain't about who's right. It's about what's right, man. It's about what's right.
Not afraid to die.
No, whatever. Come on, Knock, let's get it.
He is near that justifieth me.
Right.
Who will contend with me? Let us stand together. Who is mine adversary?
Come on.
Let him come near to me.
Come on.
Behold, the Lord God will help me. Who is he that shall condemn me?
Come on.
Lo, they all shall wax old as a garment. The moth shall eat them up.
All right, let's go back to Matthew 5. If y'all understand what the Messiah was saying when he said, turn the other cheek, if you understand what he was saying, you know what I mean, based off what we just read from the prophet Isaiah. All right, give us a 7 up in the chat. Be prepared for persecution. Don't take it personal. Give your back to the smiters and give your cheek to those who pluck out their hair. Whatever. You know what I mean? Because and understand that the Most High is with you. Set your face as a flint stone. Don't waver. Go ahead, Darius. You got something, bro?
No, I was just saying, because what he said afterwards, he said he was like the moth are gonna eat them up, and they basically would be destroyed because the flintstone is also what they would use to make fire. So you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's what you're gonna be consumed by hitting, you know what I'm saying, hitting somebody like that or coming against somebody like that. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Know thyself 13. It's possible to see counsel from this ministry. Yeah, we counsel. Reach out to the Ak. Look in the description box. Reach out to the Ak Nehemiah. You know what I mean? We can start right there. Take it from there. All right. So, you know, you got to be prepared. You're going to go through. People going to rise up against you. People going to come at you. You know what I mean? But look, understand when they do, you're standing on holy ground.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's y'all. And what reason I'm saying is because that's the same spirit of opposition. All the prophets, all the apostles, they all had to go through this. You know what I mean? Y'all ought to be different if we was teaching y'all to sin. That would be different. Then, you know, these Millie Mouth Negroes may have half a point. But y'all ain't nobody teaching y'all to sin. Who? What are we saying that's sinful? Yeah, they're quiet. Because it's not. It's not.
Right.
You know what I mean? All right, come on, Hebrew. Let's get it. Verse 40.
Yeah. And if any man will sue thee at the law and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also.
Yeah, look, y'all. The thing is this: we not attached to anything. That's more Nazarene and the same teachings. We ain't attached to nothing, man. You understand? We look at this life as a test and a trial. You understand? And when it come down to personal possessions or it come down to even death itself, that's us being released from this prison. We ain't worried about personal possessions. We supposed to have all things in common anyway, man. Right? We're prepared to lose anything to gain the kingdom of heaven. We're prepared to go through whatever persecution there is to gain the kingdom of heaven. These are radical teachings because, you know what I mean, back then, men was on eye for an eye.
Right.
You know what I mean? Back then, men were what you call today stingy or a niggard. Stingy. You believe this was yours. Meanwhile, you know what I mean? We were willing to share and bless others whenever. There it is. I'm strictly here to bless you. You know what I mean? All in with the kingdom out there is, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? We weren't selfish. We were selfless. That's that Nazarene faith, as rooted in the Essene movement. Man, we selfless. We share everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everything that we have is yours. I mean, outside of you, of course, our women and, you know, children and all that. But you know, when the material possessions, man, look, we share everything because we have all things in common. You see what I'm saying? We ain't victims to this capitalistic construct. This is mine. I got mine. You better get yours. That ain't the kingdom of heaven. Let this mind be in you, which was also in the Messiah. Bear ye one another's burdens.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 41. Let's get it, Hebrew.
And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with them 2 miles.
Look at that. Go ahead.
Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn not thou away.
You see, be willing to bless others, y'all. Be willing to bless. And the more you bless, the more you give, the more the Most High give you. You got to let go of this life. You can't be attached to anything. But the Most High put on your heart to bless somebody with, and you have it, let it go. Let it go. You know what I mean? It's time for you to live as an angel. It's time for you to have the speech of angels, the thoughts of angels, and the actions of angels. The angels ain't hoarding up riches. Time for you to eat the food of angels. Angels ain't running around here like a capitalistic slave. You dig? You just passing through, y'all. All this is a test for us. That's it. We ain't attached to nothing this world got to offer. The kingdom of heaven is within. Focus inward. That's what he's showing you. Be prepared to leave these material possessions. What that mean? We're focused inward. The kingdom of heaven. All right? All right, Hebrew, let's get it. Verse 43. Go ahead.
Ye have heard that it hath been said, thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy.
Oh, you see the mindset they was in back then? Love your neighbor and hate your enemy. You feel me? And your enemies were also Israelites back then, y'all. Right. You know, to the point to where I don't deal with them because they teach this or believe that. Like it's going on today. Go ahead, Hebrew.
But then on top of that, you hate your enemy without knowing who your true enemy is. Like it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not that man, it's the spirit that he's communion with.
Right. Right.
But I say unto you, love your enemies. Bless them that curse you.
Go ahead.
Do good to them that hate you.
Go ahead.
And pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you.
Y'all, that's a radical saying. In his day, everybody was doing the opposite. They hated their enemies. They cursed those that cursed them. Yeah, you understand? They did evil to those that hated them, and they did not pray for those who despitefully used them nor persecuted them. That's radical. And y'all trip about this. The same mindset that was going on then is going on now. You see? But look, he's going to explain himself. Next verse. This is why he's saying that. Go ahead.
That ye may be the children of your Father, which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust.
Y'all hear this? It tell you that in the same gospel of peace. Let your love be as the sun, which shines on the Most High's creation, all of his creation, not favoring one blade of grass above the other. See that? More Essene teachings. The Messiah wasn't Essene. He wasn't a Pharisee or a Sadducee or a scribe. The only group of Israelites that were numbered in the thousands that he did not come against what he Essenes. In the Essene gospel of peace, the Messiah is in their teaching. He's called the teacher of righteousness. And he's saying, like, you love your enemies, do good to those, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you. You understand? That you be your children, that you may be the children of your Father which is in heaven, for he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good. Is that not true? Is not the sun right now shining on those who are righteous and those who are wicked?
Facts.
And when it rains, does it not rain on those who are righteous and on those who are wicked? See that?
Mm-hmm.
These teachings are radical in a world that does the opposite. You see, you want to take on the attributes and character of your heavenly Father. That's what you want to do. That's what the Messiah came to restore and to teach. And it was opposite of what was going on in his day. And I'm going to hit y'all with something. It's opposite of what's going on right now. The Messiah is a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense in Israel. If the Messiah was here right now, he would be hated by a majority of these Israelites, like he was back then. Especially the leadership. Especially those that fancy themselves as leaders in Israel.
I was just reading with the bros in that Clementine homilies about philanthropy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was basically saying the same thing. Basically, if you strive for philanthropy, you striving to be like God. And it said basically the same thing we reading here. You know what I'm saying? He say because God make it rain on the just and the unjust, just as you should do. You know, because you still have it's like we still have that respect of persons too. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody did righteously unto you, you do righteously unto them. Instead of, you know what I'm saying, instead of having that for every man because he is man. Not because he's just your friend or because he, you know what I'm saying, because he did something for you.
Right. You know what I mean? Love is the most powerful weapon that we have. So he's saying you let your love shine like the sun shine on all creation, not favoring one blade of grass above the other. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of anger and emotion and energy to hate something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Spread your love out there. Spread your love on something. Because that's what your Father does. You know what I mean? He gonna enter into judgment real soon. And all those who in violation, boy, got fire coming for that real end. You know what I mean? But our job, you know what I mean, is not to be consumed with the hatred and the opinion of others. Their opinion is their opinion. That don't have nothing to do with me. And trip out this. India is saying gospel of peace. It lets you know you'll lose the kingdom of heaven. Tripping off the opinion of others. Tripping off the hatred of others. Because you're holding on. When you're tripping off of it, you're holding on to it. Why don't you hold on to the kingdom of heaven that's within you? You can't hold on to both, though. You can't serve two masters. So I don't care about what nobody's opinion is of us. I can't hold on to that. Holding on to that, I'll lose the kingdom of heaven within. I can't hold on to everything, whatever befalls me that comes from the outside. Holding on to that, I'll lose the kingdom of heaven within. You see that? Right. At some point, y'all, if you want to Enoch or if you want to be called a son of the Most High, guess what? You're going to have the thoughts of angels, the talk of angels, and the walk of angels. Yes, that's what you're going to have to do. All right, come on, Hebrew. Verse 46.
The livid of angels.
That's right. And the livid, the not the diet, but the livid. Come on, Hebrew, let's get it.
For if ye love them which love you, what reward have ye? Do not even the publicans the same?
He's saying you don't got the kingdom of heaven if you only love those that love you. Strip off that. Y'all, love is action. Love is action. All right? It ain't just feeling you get, is action. All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
And if ye salute your brethren only, what do ye more than others? Do not even the publicans so?
See, you only salute your brethren, only the people you know, only the people in your camp, only the people in your little commune.
Mm-hmm.
The publicans do that. And the publicans were the most hated position you could have as an Israelite. You were a tax collector for the Romans. You were looked at as a sellout. These Israelites got these fancy jobs and only saluted each other. These Israelites got these fancy jobs, y'all, only loved each other.
Right.
Verse 48, go ahead.
But ye therefore perfect, even as your Father. Now I'm saying, be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which in heaven is perfect.
You see that? You're commanded to be perfect. Follow the eternal law of the Most High, as taught by our master teacher. And the way he just broke down what we read in Matthew 5, he taught and edified the Torah differently than the Pharisees, scribes, and Sadducees and priests of his day. His teachings directly went against what was written in the Torah. But I say unto you, if y'all understand that, give me a 9 up in the chat. You know what I mean? I just want to make sure y'all understand what's being said here.
Yeah.
All right. I want to make sure everything is being said. All right. Now, what we're about to do is get into these Nazarene acts. I want to get into this real quick. All right. So we can understand what's going on. And as you'll see, to validate what we just been reading in the scripture, you got Peter, as taught by the Messiah himself, you know, how to properly navigate through the scripture. You know what I mean? All right, so let me go ahead and pull this on out. I'm glad y'all understand. Hallelujah. Everybody ain't gonna understand. We understand that, but I'm glad y'all understand. That means we just ain't talking. You know what I mean? Go ahead, talk to us though, Darius. What you got for us, brother?
And look, it just all makes sense on a spiritual aspect, man. You know, I was thinking about the ark and what you was bringing out. You know what I'm saying? And then I came to a conclusion in my head that the ark, like we say everything is a foreshadow for things to come, right? And then you got I said in my head that or the spirit, you know what I'm saying, through the spirit, that the ark is really your mind or your heart. You know what I'm saying? You got in Revelation that the ark is in the temple. We know the temple is the body. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We know the temple is the body, and the ark is inside the temple. And then if you go back to the old, you know what's inside the ark is the commandments, and the commandments is written on your heart. You know what I'm saying? So everything is just, you know, it's hidden spiritually.
Absolutely, hey, brother. Hallelujah. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. All right, let me go ahead and share this real quick with y'all. And let's get into this. All right. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, y'all. Basically, the journal of the Apostle Peter. That's how thick that deal is. Peter is breaking. I'm talking about boy going in. They got his debates in here and everything. All right. What we're going to do is read through some of this. All right, Darius, we're going to start on page 271. All right. All right. Look, all we got in the scripture, what, 1st and 2nd Peter, and a few of what he's got going on in Acts. Think about this, y'all. This is somebody who the Messiah himself breathed the Ruach, the Holy Spirit, on. Somebody in Acts, the 2nd chapter, that was in the upper room, that the holy tongues of fire rested on. Somebody who the Messiah said would have the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Where are his writings in? This is one of his writings. You also got the Clementine homilies. They got more. This right here is an extension of the Clementine homilies, but that's more writings as well. Peter was that dude. Very, very sharp. Intellect on a high level. So make sure y'all get this if y'all ain't got it. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. This goes back to the 1st century. Okay? This is before your Bible was even put together. All right, make sure y'all get this. I'm about to go ahead and pull it up on the screen though, so y'all. All right, let me go ahead, screen share and get her done. Yeah, NAZARENE, some good reading, bro. Oh wait. You know what I mean? And then we gonna get into this because you know a lot of our people they like you know they mad right now, NAZARENE. You know what I mean? Because you know we pointing out obvious what we're pointing out, y'all, is obvious contradictions and conflictions that's in what we call the Bible.
Right.
All right. But when we get into these Nazarene Acts, what you about to see is that Peter was taught by the Messiah that there are many contradictions and conflicts in the Bible. They were taught by him how to properly navigate through the Torah, because there are certain falsehoods joined to it. You know what I mean? And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? But it's the truth. Hold on one second, y'all. Mine is tripping too. You gave me one. Did you get me one last night? Dang, what that bag? Yeah, I already get. See if they don't went downstairs. Probably. Nah, I don't see it over there. What it did. It is right here. You know what? Yeah. All right, good luck. Okay, good luck. I appreciate it. Yeah. All right, y'all, my bad. Had to handle this business real quick. All right, this right here is in the back of the Nazarene Acts, page 271. Book 2 of the Homilies, chapter 37, Spies in the Enemy's Camp. All right. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get this off right here. Make sure I got it up on my way up. Nope, that ain't it. One second, y'all. Yep, and you know what? They was actually taught this because many scribes, many false scribes, all of them, false priests, they done had their hands on your records. All right, so we're gonna read some of this today. All right, and then that way you'll know how to handle up and handle properly Nazarene style. You know what I mean? All right, Darius, where you at, Hebrew? You right there?
Yeah.
All right, let's get that top. Spies in the enemy's camp. Strategy of warfare. Peter and them were sending men to spy out their enemies. You dig? Yeah, this is warfare, right? All right, come on, brother. Let's get it.
Some of our people attend vainly upon Simon as companions, as if they were persuaded by his most atheistic error.
Yeah, he was an atheist. Simon Magus, who you read about, Simon the sorcerer in Acts the 8th chapter, he was one of Peter's top enemies. Top enemies. And he said he has an atheistic error. He's an atheist, basically. You know what I mean? But he was well studied up in our scriptures.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he would always bring out things that seem to conflict and contradict to overthrow the faith of a few or some, you know what I mean? To overthrow their faith and to have people following him. Our modern day Simon Magus is Sinetta. And these men go and watch Sinetta TV and all that. Sinetta going into the Bible. See, you Hebrews don't know the Bible. And he go to certain passages that seem as if they speak against the Almighty or speak against his power, speak against his divine nature, speak against his omnipotence. You feel me? Speak against him knowing everything. Speak against him being omnipresent. And water him down as if he's flawed. You know what I mean? Sinetta or Simon Magus would go there. You dig? And here you go trying to explain it. There's a way to explain all of this. And the Messiah taught that to his appointed, ordained apostles.
Right.
All right? Let's get her done.
In order that they may learn his purpose and disclose it to us. so that we may be able to confront this terrible man on favorable terms.
Come on.
And now I have learned from them what arguments he is going to employ in the discussion.
Come on.
And knowing this, I give thanks to Elohim on the one hand, and I congratulate you on the other, on the postponement of the discussion. For since I instructed you before the discussion, you know the arguments that he will use and can listen without danger of falling.
So Peter got info. That's what happened. Peter ended up getting intel on his enemy. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with that. He went and got intel on his enemy. All right, that's what he gonna come with. All right, that's what he's going to come with. That way he will be prepped, you know what I mean, to properly defend the Nazarene faith, to defend what the Messiah taught them. The Messiah taught Peter and all the ordained apostles directly. They knew him before, while he was in the flesh and after. All right, after he resurrected, that's who he appeared to. All right, now look at this next chapter. This next chapter is called what? The corruption of the Torah. That's what it says. No, but everybody mad at us. Not trip about this, y'all. This is Peter's. This is out of Peter's own journal. K-Fi is his name. This is out of K-Fi's own journal. As taught to him by Yahushua, the mighty Messiah. Right. Trip this, y'all. If it was no corruption, if everything was in harmony, why is the Messiah's teachings directly going against the establishment of his day? You feel me? Now watch this. Go ahead, Hebrew. Let's get it.
For the scriptures have had joined to them many falsehoods against Elohim on this account. The prophet Moses, by the order of Elohim, delivered the Torah with the explanations to 70 chosen men. So we need explanations, huh?
Yeah, you need interpretations or the proper breakdowns.
Right.
Yes, you do. Go ahead, Op.
In order that they also might instruct such of the people as they choose.
Notice what he's saying. He's saying there's many falsehoods joined to the Torah. It did. But Moses delivered what the Most High gave to him and gave the explanation to 70 men. Y'all, there's a chain of command. You understand? Everybody don't have the true understanding. I mean, that should be evident. You see everybody teaching something different.
Right.
That's because everybody don't have the true understanding, y'all. In order that they also might instruct such of the people as they chose. Okay, go ahead.
After some time, the written Torah had added to it certain falsehoods, contrary to the Torah of Elohim.
So what's everybody mad at us for when we tell you there's two Torahs? There's a Torah of life and a Torah of death. There's a law of the Most High, Elohim, and there's a law of men. Who added to it falsehoods contrary to the Torah of Elohim that was given to Moses? Didn't Jeremiah prophesy about the lion pen of the scribes? Did he prophesy about that? After some time, the written Torah had added to it certain falsehoods that were contrary to the Most High's instruction, contrary to the eternal Torah. Men just don't want to deal with that.
And then on top of that, everybody teach that you know what I'm saying, all of these so-called 613 laws, you know what I'm saying, are derivatives of the 10 commandments. You know what I'm saying, which are the derivatives of the 2 commandments that Christ gave. So I mean, you tell me, out of all the falsehoods that we brought out, you know what I'm saying, the laws that were added, where do they fit? Like, okay, if you killing an animal, which commandment does that fit under?
Right. Well, I'll tell you what commandments you're breaking. Thou shalt not kill.
Right.
Thou shalt not murder or shed innocent blood. But you're absolutely right. if all of these so-called 613 laws are a derivative of the eternal law of the Most High written with his finger, then they all in some way, shape, form, or fashion should be in harmony with what he wrote down.
Right.
It should not be in contradiction or conflict. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Go ahead, Doc.
Who made the heaven and the earth and all things in them, the evil one having dared to work this for his evil purpose.
He said the evil one did this. Evil one, who you know is the devil, Satan.
Right.
He inspired certain men, whether they were Israelites or those of other nations who have had our records, to add certain falsehoods, attach it to the Torah of Elohim. You understand? For whatever agenda there is. Straight up. Straight up. Knows what it said, who made heaven and earth. And we tell you whatever aligns with creation. Here you go calling us as if we Hindus or Buddhists. Peter is saying the same thing. They added falsehoods to the Torah of Elohim, who made heaven and the earth.
Right.
And if he made heaven and the earth, that means his law is written in creation. The evil one did this for his own purpose. Now watch this. Go ahead.
This took place in reason and judgment, that those might be convicted who should dare to listen to the things written against Elohim.
Y'all hear this? The reason this was allowed, you understand, is for reason and judgment to convict anybody who would dare even listen to something written against your God, man. Is your God all powerful and all knowing, or is he not? The nerve of us to listen to anything written against the Almighty. Go ahead,
Okay.
Read it from the top again. This took place.
Okay. This took place in reason and judgment, that those might be convicted who should dare to listen to the things written against Elohim, and those who through love towards him should not only disbelieve the things spoken against him, but should not even endure to hear them at all. That's a cutter.
You hear that? And that's for us. We love the Almighty. Man, I dare not believe that was written by the Most High, or he inspired that. A man can just be cock strong and find a virgin daughter and just kidnap her and take her and have his way with her and just throw her father $15.38. Man, I dare not believe that. That don't even sound right.
And we talking about coming out of Babylon, but we still trapped there. Still trapped there.
Yeah.
And don't even know it. And telling everybody else to come out of her.
But should not even endure to hear them at all. I don't even want to hear that. A man could just rape a little girl that's a virgin and take her and throw her father $15.38.
Blasphemy.
And she mine forever. I can't never put her away. Man, I'm not hearing none of that. Negroes and lost y'all mind. You see? And there are many, that's just some one. Y'all, it's many things written contrary to the nature of the Most High. That we all know when we read, we be like, no, that don't make no sense. Who would even believe that? All right, go ahead.
Even if they should happen to be true, judging it much safer to incur danger with respect to religious faith than to live with an evil conscience on account of blasphemous words.
So what we just found out, y'all, was that there are many things joined to the Most High's eternal law that are written contrary to him, and that this was allowed to test you who love him. You know what I mean? To see either you're going to believe those things written and spoken against him, or you're going to hold fast to what's true and say, oh, no, that ain't my God. Or what God y'all talking about? but it ain't mine. See what I'm saying? So if y'all understand so far what Peter's going through, the Torah has been corrupted, and there has been things added to it by the lion pen of scribes to fit certain agendas. But Peter said these things were allowed to be written to test you and to try you. How dare you love the Most High and believe anything spoken against him? You see that? And that those who do believe things spoken against him might be convicted. Judge, you should dare even listen. If y'all understand that so far, go ahead and give us a 7 up in the chat. I want to make sure everybody understand. All right. I want to make sure everybody understand before we keep going.
Then look, he even also said, judge, even if it may be true, because it's much safer than it not being true and you following by it.
Exactly, y'all. Exactly. All praise, glory, and honor to the Most High. All right, let's jump down to the next one. Tactics. Tactics, huh? Peter about to go ahead and go to war with Simon Magus. All right. So just like any good warfare, you got to develop spiritual tactics up.
Right.
War strategy. All right. All right, let's get into this. Let's get it.
Simon, therefore, as I learned, intends to come into public and to speak of those chapters against Elohim that are added to the scriptures.
That are what?
That are added to the scriptures.
Y'all hear this? Y'all mad at Yaki and Malachi. We telling you about different sources and the documentary hypothesis and the P source and the J source and the D source and the E source and things that were formulated while we were in Babylon and then presented back to the world as a refurbished work of Moses, even though what Moses originally wrote down was burnt. Peter was taught by Yahshua, the mighty Messiah from Nazareth, that there are things added to the scriptures that are against the Most High. I hear y'all go saying, telling us y'all adding to the scriptures and taking away from it. Y'all trip off this. We can never be that because we not scribes.
That's right.
I'm not a scribe. I can't add to the scripture nor take away from it.
Like you said before, you took away Easter and everything else that you read over.
Exactly. Exactly. Read that from the top again, my brother. Let's get it.
Simon, therefore, as I learned, intends to come into public and speak of those chapters against Elohim that are added to the scriptures for the sake of temptation, that he may seduce as many wretched ones as he can from the love of Elohim.
The whole thing is to overthrow the faith. You know what I mean? Overthrow the faith of those who know no better. A modern day Simon Magus is Sinetta. Make no mistake about it. That's Simon Magus. You know what I mean? The same spirit that was on Simon Magus is on Sinetta. All right? No, but knows Peter is under no illusions. Simon is going to speak of those chapters against Elohim that are added to the scriptures. All right? Go ahead.
For we do not wish to say in public that these chapters are added to the scripture, since we should thereby perplex the unlearned multitude.
Right.
Look, I feel that in this day and age.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? Hey, look, it's a hard pill and a hard saying. Yeah. But in these day and ages, our people believe they have risen to the truth. And what they doing, they mingling the worship of two different gods. God of the living and the God of the dead. You know what I mean? That's why, again, it ain't for everybody to teach. If you don't understand, take notes and then ask questions.
Right.
You know what I mean? Get your questions answered. You dig? But Peter's saying he ain't even want to do this in public. You know what I mean? But as you keep reading, you're going to see it went down right in public. It went down right in public. And Simon ended up fleeing. All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
And so accomplish the purpose.
Oh, my bad, bro. Hold on. Dang. Man, sometimes that deal go over on you. Hold on. I got you right here. Tactics.
I'll just start from for we do not.
Okay. Go ahead.
For we do not wish to say in public that these chapters are added to the scripture, since we should thereby perplex the unlearned multitudes, and so accomplish the purpose of this evil Simon.
Come on.
For they do not yet have the power to discern, and would flee from us as if we were evil.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Or as if not only the blasphemous chapters were false, they would even withdraw from the word.
And our message to anybody listening who don't understand, look, we will never tell you put the Bible down. The Bible didn't change my life. What we're saying is to properly navigate through, what has been tampered with and corrupted and conflicted and contradicted. You need to learn what the Messiah taught himself to his 12 anointed apostles. Peter is the one of them. We're reading Peter's writings right now. All right. Don't withdraw from the word.
Right.
All right. Come on. Just continue to come through and listen. We are not telling you to sin. We are not teaching you to sin. All right. We're simply showing you what you need to see to shine a light on that path of darkness so you can choose life. All right. Come on, Hebrew. Let's get it.
And somebody that's been studying the scriptures, it's a hard thing. It seems like it's a hard thing for them to say that they are unlearned. You know what I'm saying? Or for them to accept it. So, you know what I'm saying? This is just that's a big problem why they don't want to hear none of this. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. But that's pride though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I ain't never been like that. If I find out something is wrong, well, I gotta say something. We're not about to keep driving. We missed the exit 10 miles back.
Right.
Turn around. All right. Straight up. Come on, Hebrew. Let's get it.
Wherefore, we are under the necessity of asserting to the false chapters and putting questions in return to him concerning them, to draw him.
Hold on. Got you. Get you together. Draw him. Go ahead.
To draw him into a strait, and to give in private an explanation of the chapters that are spoken against Elohim to the well disposed after a trial of their faith. And of this there is but one way, and that a brief one.
Yeah.
It is this.
So he's saying, like, look, we gotta address, we're gonna have to address these chapters that he's gonna bring out, these false chapters. We're gonna have to address them. You know what I mean? But we're gonna draw him into a trap or a strait. All right, straight up. So tactics, that's why it's called tactics, because Peter realizing how the enemy gonna come through Simon Magus, and how Simon Magus, or the enemy through Simon Magus, is gonna overthrow the faith of those listening. Because naturally, somebody that's unlearned gonna be like, well, why even listen if it got contradictions in it? You understand? Right. That's why that's a natural question that come up. You know what I mean? So he like, look, we're gonna have to address that, you dig, but in doing that, we're gonna draw him into a strait. All right, we're gonna show him, look, by him bringing this out, if we stick to our guns, we're gonna end up showing how that the Most High is everything that we are speaking about and not what he is saying. Basically, he gonna hang his own self. By going so hard at trying to disprove the God of the Bible, you're gonna hang yourself. Right. What a God of life that is. All right. Oh yeah, we in the preliminary instructions. Let's read that next chapter, bro.
Yeah, Yeshua said he was trying to get in. He just said,
"Come on, let's keep rolling, because it ain't no type of disruptions right now.
Let's get it.
The internet ain't tripping. You know what I mean? We'll catch Yeshua next time. Let's just get this done.
Everything that is spoken or written against Elohim, is false.
Y'all hear this? Anything that you read in the scripture that's written against him is false. All right, go ahead.
But that we say this truly, not only for the sake of reputation, but for the sake of truth. I will convince you when my discourse has proceeded a little further. You, my most beloved Clement, ought not to be sorry at Simon having interposed a day between this and the discussion at hand.
Right, because Simon he had postponed the debate. See, Peter was sent by the Messiah's brother James, Yaakov, who was the leader over the Messiah's movement after he died. It was James. James, his biological brother. You read about him in Acts, the 15th chapter, and he stood up and gave his judgment on how Paul and them was supposed to preach while they was amongst the Gentiles. All right, James heard about Simon Magus out there, and he sent Peter. You know what I mean? We went over that a couple videos ago. He sent Peter out to contend and fight against him.
Right.
And he told Peter, send me everything that you teaching every year. And at the end of 7 years, make sure you check in. Send me everything. I need a report of everything that you're doing out there. All right? Come on, Hebrew, let's get it.
For today, before the discussion, you will be instructed concerning the chapters added to the scriptures. And then in the discussion concerning the only one and good Elohim, the maker also of the world, you ought not to be distracted.
Come on.
But in the discussion, you will even wonder how unrighteous men, overlooking the multitudes of things that are spoken in the scriptures for Elohim, and looking at those that are spoken against him, gladly bring these forward.
You hear that? He said they overlook everything that's good and righteous and spoken for Elohim. They step over all that and bring out the things that are added, things that are spoken against him. And y'all, that's for a purpose. They gladly do it. You understand? But by them doing that, they ain't doing that. Look, all they gonna do is prove Peter's point. As we keep reading, you're gonna see they ain't gonna do nothing but prove his point. They gonna lose the debate based off them willingly, gladly overstepping what's righteous and what's written for Elohim. They're gonna hang themselves. Go ahead, Hebrew.
And thus the hearers, by reason of ignorance, believing the things against Elohim, become outcasts from his kingdom.
Y'all heard this? The reason they are doing that, they are inspired by Satan himself. The reason they are doing this, you understand, is to make the hearers, because they are ignorant. They don't know the truth, right? They start believing things against the Most High. And once you believe and receive things that are not true of him, you become an outcast from his kingdom. You lose salvation. You straight lose salvation, man, by believing things that are written against him. And here you go believing that everything in the Bible harmonizes. No, it don't. You read Ezekiel 20th chapter earlier today, verse 25 and 26. He says through the mouth of Ezekiel, I gave you statutes that were not good. I gave you judgments that you should not live by. You read Deuteronomy 31, 24 through 27. Put these on the side of the ark. These are written as a witness against you because of rebellion. You see, if you believe the things that are written against the Almighty, then guess what? You're making yourself a mark or an outcast from his kingdom. These things are written in there to try you. How dare we believe anything written against the Almighty? How dare we believe that? If it don't line up with his creation, he made heaven and earth. If it don't line up with his 10 commands that he wrote with his finger, that line up with Genesis 1, and God said 10 times. And in Genesis 1 is his eternal dietary or liberty law on what you're supposed to eat. If it don't line up with that, y'all, it's written against him. And it's written against you as a witness against you for rebellion. 1 minute a sacrifice is a good smelling savor. The next minute it said the Most High don't even like it. It's
But
a
he
smoke
changed
in his nose. He don't require it. It's not a commandment, nor do he desire it. It don't smell good to him. You see what I'm saying? We've been mingling the worship of two different gods, man. What else we got? Come on.
Wherefore, you, by advantage of the postponement, learning the mystery of the scriptures, and gaining the means of not sinning against Elohim, will incomparably rejoice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You believe in things that's written against him, you're sinning. All right. Slow rolling this, y'all. Let me know if y'all get some understanding. Get some understanding. Give me a Yahoo up in the chat. If you understand that you believe in things that are written against the Most High, that are in the Bible, if you believe that, then you make yourself an outcast from his kingdom. If you understand that, give us a Yahoo. Everything written in the scriptures is not written for you. There are things written against you. There are things written against your God. My God is all powerful. I dare not believe nothing written against him being all powerful. Oh, he couldn't do that. And you mean he couldn't do it? He's all powerful.
Right. All powerful.
My God is all knowing. I dare not believe something that say, you know what I mean, he was surprised. You know what I mean? He didn't see that coming. Let us go down and see what they are doing. What you mean, let us go down and see? He already know.
Right.
I dare not believe anything written against my God is all powerful, all knowing, omnipresent.
Putting him on the physical realm, huh?
Yeah, the creator of heaven and earth.
Like you just made a house and somebody in there and you don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Come on, man. That don't make no sense. That don't make sense. There are things written in the scriptures against the Almighty. The Messiah himself taught his apostles this very same understanding that me and my brothers are bringing out now. And they got all these mealy mouth Negroes mad. Look, we embrace that. We embrace it. You know why we embrace it? Because the same opposition spirit that came at the Messiah, his ordained apostles and the prophets before them. Because their teaching shook up the status quo. They weren't teaching the same thing all the Israelites were teaching.
Right.
They all knew they was Israelites, so they wasn't teaching Deuteronomy 28. Now, they already knew that. They already knew all that. Everything that you just finding out, they already knew. All right. Right here. Next chapter. Asking for information and not for contradiction. All right. Let's get her done, Hebrew.
Then I, Clement, hearing this, said, truly I rejoice, and I give thanks to Elohim, who in all things does well. However, he knows that I will be able to think nothing other than that all things are for Elohim.
Right.
Do not suppose that I ask questions as doubting the words concerning Elohim, or those that are to be spoken, but rather that I may learn, and so be able myself to instruct another who is unaccustomed to learning. So tell me the falsehoods added to the scriptures, and how it is that they are really false.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the type of mindset you're supposed to have instead of just, you know.
Yeah, and that's Clement. You know what I mean, asking Peter, like, hey, you know, let me know. I'm asking so I can instruct somebody else to come to me with that. I need to know so I can know how to properly defend the eternal Torah of the Most High, to properly defend the testimony of a Mashiach. You know what I mean? Teach me, and I'll teach others. All right.
Hallelujah.
All right, come on, Hebrew, let's get it.
Then Kepha answered, even although you had not asked me, I would have gone on in order and afforded you the exposition of these matters, as I promised. Learn then how the scriptures misrepresent him in many respects, so that you may know when you happen upon them.
Straight up. That way you all know, y'all take notes. You know what I mean? So, the beautiful thing about this, Darius, the reason I was able to be like, all right, well, yeah, you can bring this all the way out. You dig? Because this right here goes back to the time of Messiah. This is Peter. This is him being taught by the Messiah, and he's teaching others now.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it ain't like it's just something Mally and Yaqui stumbled upon. Look, this was being taught back then. You see? Oh, okay. I ain't like, you know what I mean? This was being taught before there was a documentary hypothesis. And they understood that, you know what I mean, the P documents and the D documents and all that. This was out before then.
Right.
Because he was taught by the Messiah himself. Falsehoods are added into the scriptures. Many things are spoken against our God. And you got to know how to properly navigate, to teach life, to teach what's true. Because if you believe what is false, you make yourself an outcast from his kingdom. See that?
They drop to a wave, becoming much clearer.
That's right, bro. That's right. All right. Let's get this next chapter. Right notions of Elohim essential to holiness. Meaning, right, you have to have a righteous understanding of your God. You understand? And that's required by him for you to even be considered holy. If you don't got a right understanding of who your God is, then how can you be holy? If you think your God gives you free will to go lay with harlots, how can you be holy? How?
Right. Not set apart. Everybody else doing that.
Makes sense, right? All right, let's get this out.
What I am going to tell you will be sufficient by way of example. But I do not think, my dear Clement, that anyone who possesses ever so little love to Elohim and unaccustomed to learning will be able to take in or even hear the things that are spoken against him.
I feel Pete on that. You know what I mean? I'm not finna believe that madness and trip off this. Trip off this. What benefit do I get believing that the Most High is evil? What benefit I get out of that? That your God is evil. Your God is limited. He don't know all. What would I get out of that? You know what I mean? But a trip off this, Darius, but a doubtful mind.
Right.
You start doubting your God and who he is, and you figure, hell, I might as well live how I want to live now.
Yeah, my faith got stronger.
Yeah.
Definitely got stronger.
Yeah, man, mine too. I've been on fire now. I'm just like the gamma ray out here now. Like, let's get it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on, Hebrew. Let's get it. Where we at?
For how is it? Yeah, right there. For how is it that he can have an overarching soul and yet be set apart?
Right? How can he be holy? How can he have an overarching soul? You know what I mean? Meaning he's everything to everybody. However you want God to be, that's what he is. Well, how can he be that? Because you heard it today, my God.
Right.
And you know, my truth. You hear that a lot. You know what I mean? My God. Well, if he's everything to everybody, if he's basically whatever you choose, then how can he be holy?
What makes him different from all these other guys?
Exactly. All right. What else to say?
Supposing that there are many Elohim and not only one, but even if there be but one who will cherish zeal to be set apart, one finds in him many defects. since he will hope that the beginning of all things, by reason of the defects of his own nature, will not visit the crimes of others.
Trip off that. Since people are saying that God is not holy, God is not set apart, God is not righteous, that he has defects, then how can he judge the crime of others? And we all know a judgment day is coming.
Right.
Well, if God is defected, if God has imperfections, how could he even judge man who has imperfections? Make it make sense. Either your God is holy or set apart, or he's every God to everybody. You know what I mean? Either your God got defects, you know what I mean? Or he's perfect. Then we just read, be ye perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect.
Kind.
Then we just read that?
Hallelujah.
Or you got to choose a side then, brothers and sisters. Either your God is holy and perfect, or he's every God to everybody and has defects. Which one you gonna choose?
Perfection.
I'm gonna choose perfection. I'm gonna choose holiness. Straight up. Just the truth. Next chapter. What does it say?
A prior argument on the divine attributes. Wherefore, far be it from us to believe that the master of all, who made the heaven and the earth and all things that are in them, share his government with others, or that he lies.
Yeah, the Most High God, you know what I mean, is not sharing his government with any of these makeshift gods and demons out here. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? We believe our master is the owner, creator, and possessor of all there is. He's not sharing none of that. He's not sharing none of that with Buddha, with none of the Hindu gods, with none of you Egyptian gods, with none of you Yoruban gods. He ain't doing none of that. He anointed his beloved son to come out and teach these truths. And he ordained his apostles after him to speak these truths. You understand? So far be it from us to believe that our God made heaven and earth, you know what I mean, that he gonna share his God or his kingship with any of these false gods, or that he lies. All right? Because there's something in there that that he lies at times. I'm gonna be a lying spirit. Come on, man. Come on, let's get it.
For if he lies, then who speaks truth?
Flat out. Go ahead.
Or if he makes experiments as in ignorance, then who foreknows?
Right. If all this is just an experiment, you know what I mean? He's getting his thesis together.
Right.
You dig? Then how could he be all knowing?
Right.
If he lies, who speaks truth? If he's doing an experiment because he lacks certain knowledge, then who foreknows then?
Right. How can
Who
you
knows all?
How can you be a prophet?
Exactly. And how could his prophets have foreknowledge if he didn't have it? Go ahead.
If he deliberates and changes his purpose, who then is perfect in understanding and permanent in design?
He said if he deliberates, like he negotiating, and changes his mind, then who is perfect in understanding?
Right.
But you got scriptures in there like the Most High changed his mind, or that he'll send the lion spirit. You see?
Change in Genesis 1:29.
That's what I'm saying. But
then
we all
change it
read,
right back in Revelation.
Right, but we all read that he changes not. But then we accept things that are written against him as if he changed his mind, as if he lied sometimes, as if he didn't know certain things. You see what I'm saying? And you accept that. You don't want to become an outcast of the Most High's kingdom. Believe your God is all-knowing, all-powerful, divine, holy, set apart, glorious. It don't benefit you none to believe he don't know it all. He's not glorious. You know what I mean? He has some knowledge, but he ain't got foreknowledge. Like, how does that benefit you? he's evil. That don't benefit me none to believe my God is evil. Precept. You know, a Negro with a couple precepts talking about God creates evil. That don't benefit me none to believe that.
This next one kind of hit me a little bit.
All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
So it say, if he envies, who is above rivalry? If he hardens hearts, who makes wise? And I always used to think about the Pharaoh situation. I'm like, of him hardening his heart for him to like, I'm like, so he can, you know what I'm saying? Because people explain that to where like, well, he did that so he can show his miracles unto Israel. But I don't know, it still just didn't sit right with me. You know what I'm saying? So
right,
like,
because he can show his miracles. He can show his miracles, period.
Yeah, exactly.
He need to show his miracles. Why he got a heart in Pharaoh's heart to show his miracles?
Right.
Or if he's envy or a jealous God. If he envies, well, who is above rivalry? If he hardens hearts, like why would the Most High be jealous over these makeshift demonic gods? No, the Most High is above rivalry. There ain't no opponents that can challenge him. It don't benefit me none to believe he's jealous. You know what I mean? No, Israel either gonna get it right or get put down. How about that? Watch this. What else is it?
If he makes blind and deaf, who has given sight and hearing? If he commits pilfering, who administers justice?
Right. If he commits wickedness, well, who will administer judgment or justice? Come on, man. Go ahead.
If he mocks, who is sincere? If he is weak, who is omnipotent?
You got scriptures in there talking about the weakness of God. It's greater than the power. My God ain't weak at all. The hell you mean? You know such thing as the weakness of God. Come on now.
If he mocks, who is sincere? If he is weak, who is omnipotent? If he is unjust, who is just? If he makes evil things, who will make good things?
Flat out.
If he does evil, who will do good?
Shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord has not done it? Something else written against him. I create good and evil. Something else written against him. If he makes evil things, who will make good things?
Right.
If he does evil, who will do good? You feel me?
Yeah.
And if that's hard for anybody to understand, all you gotta do is ask yourself this: what benefit is it to your faith to believe your God does evil and makes it? Please post that in the chat. What benefit do you gain to your faith believing your God makes evil and does evil? There is no benefit. You know what's gonna happen? You're gonna end up becoming evil, and you're gonna fall out the faith. You're gonna start doing things to justify your lust because you're gonna start thinking like in that vampire in Brooklyn. Evil is good.
Right. Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Woe to them.
Woe unto them. You know what I mean? It's just what it is.
Now, I was saying, who is the progenitor of evil? And then, even with that, okay, you would say he made him, but what did he make him before? You know what I'm saying? Before that, what was he? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Just because you become evil, don't mean he made you that way.
Exactly. The pride is entering in, and you decide to go your own way. All right, these Israelites got you out here thinking the Most High does evil and creates evil. Precept Amos 3:6-8. Shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord has not done it?
So you saying your God is evil?
Yeah. That he does evil. That he makes evil. No, right beliefs of Elohim is essential for holiness, y'all. You know what I mean? It don't benefit your faith. None believing the Most High is limited, does evil, makes evil. It don't benefit you at all. That destroys your faith. You know what I mean? And look, Messiah taught the apostles how to properly navigate through the scriptures, because there are many things spoken against the Almighty. There are. You just be real with yourself. There is. There is. All right. Next chapter. Let's get it out.
But if he desires the fruitful hill, whose then are all things?
Flat out. Flat out. You want to limit the Most High to a certain geographical location. You know what I mean? In which we understand we get the promised land and all that, but all things belong to the Most High.
Right.
All things. The entire earth is his creation. All right. Go ahead, Op.
If he is false, who then is true? If he lives in a tent, who is without bounds?
Then who is without bounds? You want to say he's in the tent of meeting, but who is without bounds? Most High don't got no boundaries. Watch this. Go ahead.
If he is fond of fat, sacrifices, offerings, and drink offerings, who then is without need?
Right. If he is fond of your fat, sacrifices, offerings, and drink, who then is without need? Remember, he said, if I was hungry, I wouldn't tell you. Straight up. Teaching you how to go back through these scriptures and properly navigate, man. There are things written against him.
And I mean, like I said, I mean, that's taking it back. It makes him like, you know what I'm saying, the other guys. Like, okay, go kill that because it smelled good for me. Burn that. You know, it smelled good to me. You know, it looked good to me. And that's just, you know what I'm saying? It sound wicked.
Let's get it, brother.
If he is fond of fat, sacrifices, offerings, and drink offerings, who then is without need, and who is holy and pure and perfect? If he is pleased with lamps and wicks, who then placed the luminaries in the sky? Dang. Dang. Yeah. If he dwells, you said you should say something, bro?
Nah, come on, let's get it.
If he dwells in shadow and darkness and storm and smoke, who is the light that lightens the universe?
Boy, Peter dropping it.
Same.
Peter dropping it. You did? Go ahead, Op.
If he comes with trumpets, shoutings, darts, and arrows, who is the sought after tranquility of all?
Come on.
If he loves war, who then wishes peace? If he makes evil things,
come on,
who makes good things?
Come on.
If he is without affection, who is a lover of men? If he is not faithful to his promises, who will be trusted? If he loves the evil, adulterers, and murderers, who will be a just judge? If he changes his mind, who is steadfast? If he chooses evil men, who then takes part of the good?
Oh, wait, boy. Oh, wait, this is getting
Bomb.
good. This is getting good.
Yeah.
I mean, this next chapter says how the Most High is to be thought of. You see? See, our people ain't realizing you've been serving two different gods, man. I know this is a hard pill for a lot of our brothers and sisters to swallow, but it's the truth. There are laws written against you for rebellion. There are laws written for you. The eternal law of the Most High, written with his finger, placed on the inside of the Ark of the Covenant. All right? You read in Ezekiel 20 earlier today, verse 25 through 26. The Most High speaking to Ezekiel says, I gave you statutes that were not good. I gave you judgments that you should not live by. The laws that were placed on the side of the ark, Deuteronomy 31, 24 through 27. These are written as a witness against you, because I know your rebellion.
Right.
All right. How is Elohim to be thought of?
Wherefore, Clement, my son, beware of thinking otherwise of Elohim, than that he is the only Elohim, master and father, good and righteous, the creator, long-suffering, merciful, the sustainer, the benefactor, ordaining, love of men, counseling, purity, immortal, and making immortal, incomparable, dwelling in the souls of the good, who cannot be contained, and yet is contained within the heart, who has fixed the great world as a center in space. Dang. That's a hit for all of y'all, you know, on that earth and the universe there.
Yeah, but look, it's about this. He's letting you know how you supposed to be thinking of the Most High.
Yeah.
Everything we're reading right now is how you supposed to have the Most High in your thoughts.
Yeah.
Start that from the top again. Start that from the top again.
Wherefore, Clement, my son, beware of thinking otherwise of Elohim.
Beware of thinking otherwise of Elohim. Beware of that. You know what I mean? Beware of that. What does it benefit you to believe the Most High creates evil? Don't benefit you none. Is that going to get you? Look, is that going to get you into the kingdom of heaven believing that the Most High creates evil? And if not, then what benefits you? Like, why does it benefit you to believe it? You running around here talking about your God create evil things. Really? Really? Read it from the top, Hebrew.
Wherefore, Clement, my son, beware of thinking otherwise of Elohim, than that he is the only Elohim, master and father, good and righteous, the creator, long-suffering.
Notice what it said, good and righteous. That's how you supposed to speak, believe, and think about your father. Good and righteous. You don't say nothing about evil and bad, do it?
Nope.
You don't say that. All right. The creator, long suffering. What else to say, Darius?
Merciful. The sustainer. The benefactor. Ordaining love of men. Counseling purity. Immortal and making immortal. Incomparable. Dwelling in the souls of the good. Who cannot be contained, and yet is contained within the heart.
Come on.
Who has fixed the great world as a center in space. Who has spread out the skies and solidified the land. Who has stored up the water. Who has disposed the stars in the sky. Who has made the fountains flow in the earth. Has produced faults, has raised up mountains, has set bounds to the sea, has ordered winds and blasts, who by the spirits of counsel has kept safely the body comprehended in a boundless sea.
Y'all see how you're supposed to think about the Most High? You don't see anything in there about evil, bad, corruption. You don't see any of that.
Yeah, I should write that one down if you ain't got the book. Read that every look. I hit that every time I open my Bible.
Yeah, it's about that. So whatever you got that you read in the scripture that says opposite of that, you understand? Then guess what? You're not to think of your God like that.
Right.
Because that ain't who he is. I know. Many people, you know what I mean, been teaching for years. But if you just think about it, and ask yourself this, what benefit is it to my faith to believe my God makes evil and does evil? Does that benefit your faith at all?
Nope.
How the Most High has to be thought of, y'all, is everything that we just read. Think about him like that. Anything opposite of that, dare not think of him like that. You know what I mean? And you not thinking about him like that, there ain't no judgment for you not believing the Most High makes evil, does evil, lies. Come on, man. No judgment for that happen because you refuse to believe that.
Thou shalt not lie, but then.
Right, he lies though, but we ain't supposed to bear false witness, but he lies.
Right.
Make it make sense, y'all. Straight up. Make it make sense. Next one. Let's get it, Darius.
Judgment to come.
Hey, Keeler, if it's written against the Most High, if it's written against anything we just read, I wouldn't believe it. You know what I mean? But go with the voice of the Most High. What is the Most High telling you about what you read in Isaiah 45? That's him? Is that his character? Does he create evil and does he do evil? You know what I mean? But let his voice speak to you, sister. You dig? And just ask yourself again, it don't benefit my faith none to believe the Most High makes evil and does evil. You dig? Ain't no judgment coming to me because I refuse to believe he makes evil and does evil. I'm going to believe the Most High is good. I'm going to believe he is righteous. I'm going to believe he creates everything good and it was good. Genesis, the 1st chapter. I'm going to believe that. Whatever else is written opposite of that, I got the divine right as a son or a daughter of the Most High not to believe it. Because right beliefs of the Most High is essential for holiness. All right. I just want to make sure everybody understand. If y'all understand, go ahead and give us a 7 up in the chat. Trying to make sure you understand.
Yo.
Make sure you understand, man. Just ask yourself, all you gotta do is ask yourself, does it benefit my faith to believe this? And if it don't, why believe it? I don't believe that. Why I'm gonna believe the Most High allowed, you know what I mean, a little girl to be raped? Hell no, I'm not believing that. Why would I believe that? You see what I'm saying? It tell you right there in the scripture, the Most High created not death. He didn't create it. But through envy of the devil, it crept in. And they that hold to it, you know what I mean, they find it. I'm paraphrasing. That's the truth. I know. Judgment to come. Let's get this next chapter, brother.
This is our judge, to whom it behooves us to look and regulate our own souls, thinking all things in his favor, speaking well of him.
Y'all heard that? Look, this is our God. It behooves us to look and to regulate our own souls. All right? If you're going to think about the Most High, think all things in his favor. Ain't nothing your God can't do. Speaking well of him. It's not speaking well of him. Talking about he create evil and does evil and lies. Come on, y'all. You know what I mean? This is the level up. Go ahead, bro. You saying what?
No, I was gonna say, just like as an innocent mindset, you know what I'm saying? When I was a kid, you know what I'm saying, a lot of kids used to be like, they used to joke and they'd be like, man, what's one thing God can't do? And we were like, he can do all things. And then we were like, well, can he lie? You know what I'm saying? But I say that just to say even kids know that.
Absolutely, yeah.
But you get indoctrinated and forget it.
Yeah, nigga, they hit you with about 1 million precepts, licking his finger, flipping that paper. You know what I mean? got different color highlighter markers all in the script, got you thinking he studied up. This must be a man of God. His Bible is falling apart. Meanwhile, we as a nation have received things that are written against our Creator. And by that, have made ourselves outcasts of his kingdom. You know what I mean? Look, y'all, watch all that. It don't benefit your faith none to believe anything against him. It benefits your faith everything, believing everything that for him. You understand? Knows what it says. Start that from the top again, my brother. What it say?
This is our judge, to whom it behooves us to look and regulate our own souls, thinking all things in his favor, speaking well of him, persuaded that by his long suffering he brings to light the
obstinacy. You got it.
Obstinacy of all, and is alone good. Yeah, look, Christ said only the Father is good.
Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
Christ wasn't running around here talking about his father does evil.
Precept.
That's these Negroes talking like that.
Right.
And these Israelite assemblies and camps. You know what I'm saying? Precept, I create good and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. And that justified this Negro or the next Negro being evil. Because if your God is evil, then you gonna want to mimic what your God does, and then you become evil.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Right essentials or right notions of the Most High, y'all, is essential for being holy. You have a right understanding or a right thought about him. Other than that, you're mingling, you understand, two gods. All right, come on, now let's get it.
And wait, he brings to light all obstinacy of all, and is alone good.
And it's alone good. There's no evil attached to him. And it's alone good.
Right.
All right, go ahead.
And he, at the end of all, will sit as a just judge upon everyone of those who have attempted what they ought not.
Judgment day is coming, believe that. All right. Next chapter, a pertinent question. All right, let's get her done.
When I, Clement, heard this, I said, truly, this is Shabbat guarding. Pity. Piety, my bad.
Yeah, this is a Shabbat guarding piety. And this is a righteous saying. You know what I mean? This is righteousness, right? Go ahead.
Let me read that for a hot second, bro. Let me step off real quick.
All right, when I Clement heard this, I said, truly, this is a Shabbat guarding piety. And again, I said, I would like to learn why the scripture has any writings of this sort. For I remember that you said that it was for the conviction of those who should dare to believe anything that was spoken against Elohim. But since you permit us, we venture to ask at your command, if anyone, most beloved Kepha or Peter, should choose to say to us, the scriptures are true, though to you the things spoken against Elohim seem to be false, how should we answer them? Next chapter. Then Kepha answered, you speak well in your inquiry, for it will be for your safety. So listen, since there are many things that are spoken in the scriptures against the Most High, as time presses on, account of the evening, ask with respect to any matter that you please, and I will explain it, showing that it is false, not only because it is spoken against the Most High, but because it is really false. Then I answered, I wish to learn how, when the scriptures say that Elohim is ignorant, you can show that he knows. Now watch this. Next chapter. All right. Bottom of page 274. Then Kepha answered, you have presented us with a matter that can easily be answered. Listen, Elohim is ignorant of nothing. He even foreknows. But first answer me what I ask of you. He who wrote, watch this. He who wrote the scripture, my bad. He who wrote the scripture told how the world was made, yet said Elohim does not foreknow. Was he a man or not? Then I said, this is Clement saying, he was a man. Then Kepha answered, how then was it possible for him, being a man, to know with certainty how the world was made, and that Elohim does not foreknow? Y'all get what he's saying? He's saying that the man that's writing the scripture, claiming the Most High is ignorant, is a man. And then Peter answered, how then was it possible for him, being a man, to know with certainty how the world was made, and that Elohim does not foreknow? The very man that claimed the Most High is ignorant is claiming that the Most High made the world and all things therein. Well, how can he say with certainty how the world was made if he claims that our God is ignorant? Oh, wait. Next chapter. Go ahead, Op. Satisfactory answer. Go ahead.
Then I, already perceiving the explanation, smiled and said that he was a prophet. And Kepha said, if then he was a prophet, being a man, he was ignorant of nothing, by reason of his having received foreknowledge from Elohim.
Oh, the man that's saying that the Most High is ignorant wasn't just a man, he was a prophet. But every prophet who has the divine gift of prophecy or foreknowledge receives that from who?
The Elohim, Most
The
High
Most High
Yahweh.
God, Yahweh. Now, how can a prophet be or have foreknowledge, but his creator who gave him the gift of prophecy don't have it? You ain't got to do nothing but box these cats up, man. They end up hanging themselves.
There ain't no answer to that.
There ain't no answer to it. You see that? He said, oh, he wasn't just a man, he was a prophet. Well, a prophet has the gift of prophesying, which means he has the gift of foreknowledge. Where he get the gift of foreknowledge from? Or he got it from the Most High. Well, how can he have the gift of foreknowledge, but the creator who gave him the gift doesn't have it? Make it make sense. It makes no sense at all. You see that? Ooh-wee. Come on, Darius, let's get it.
And I said, you have spoken rightly. Then Kepha said, come with me one step further. We acknowledge that Elohim foreknows all things. So we know that the scriptures that say he is ignorant or false
are what?
Are those that say he knows are true. Then said I.
It has to be true, right? He's saying flat out, if we acknowledge that the Most High knows all things, any scripture that's saying the Most High is ignorant is false. And you got to take that whole line stance, y'all. There ain't no reason to tap dance and try to piece everything together and bring an answer that appeases all sides of the spectrum. No, if your God is all-knowing, anything speaking against him that he's not all-knowing or ignorant of anything is false.
Right.
That's how we got to come off. No matter how many precepts you got, if it's saying that he's not all-knowing, then that scripture is false. And those that say he knows are what? True. Then said I, it has to be true. Weigh in the balance. Watch this. Let's read this and then we're going to jump on over. Go ahead, Op.
Then Kepha said, if some of the scriptures are true and some false, our master had good reason to say, be good money changers.
Be what?
Be good money changers.
The Messiah taught the disciples or the apostles, when it comes to the scriptures, you got to be a good money changer or a good banker. What skill does a banker have, y'all? He has the skill of recognizing what's real from what's counterfeit.
Mm-hmm.
Kepha or Peter is saying he was taught by the Messiah himself. When y'all dealing with the scriptures, you better learn how to be a good money changer. You see that? Mm-hmm. In other words, a banker, you better be able to, you got to develop the skill to know what's real from what's counterfeit. Y'all see that? Go ahead, Hebrew. Let's get it.
Be good money changers, inasmuch as in the scriptures there are some true sayings and some spurious,
meaning false.
False, okay.
There are some true teachings, sayings, and some false teachings or sayings. Go ahead.
For those who err by reason of the false scriptures, he fitly showed. My bad. He fitly showed the cause of their error, saying, you do error, not knowing the true things of the scriptures. For this reason, you are also ignorant of the power of Elohim.
Oh, wait.
Then I said, you have spoken excellency.
Okay, drop that. Drop that. Let's fly on over to page 291. We're going to get some more into this. All right, if y'all understanding so far, look, the Messiah commanded his disciples to be excellent money changers. All right, if y'all understand that, and look, y'all, that's for us too. You got to be a good money changer. All right. If you understand that, give us a 9 up in the chat. All right, we're gonna hit back on some of this what we hit the other day. All right, and then we're gonna get into some of the teachings of Hamashiach. All right, teachings of Hamashiach. It look like y'all rolling with us. I'm glad y'all getting this understanding. All right, whatever's written against the Most High is false. We got to take that stand. All right. We got to take that stand. Got to. There ain't no other way around it. All right. There's two paths in the Bible, y'all. One of life and one of death. There's two gods in the Bible. God of the living, God of the dead.
True.
There's even two when it comes down to what you put in your throat. Diets or livets, like my people say.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? There's a livet of life and there's a diet of death. Truth. You know what I mean? And look, and congratulations to all you brothers and sisters who have been off the flesh, and I know y'all feeling better.
Hallelujah.
Feeling great, man. Very energetic. All type of, you know what I mean, energy.
Yeah.
All
Be
right.
up to 2 or 3 and still wake up at about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You ain't lying. Be right up.
Yeah.
All right, be right up. All right, come on, let's get her done, y'all.
Which one? Where we at?
Started right there. Yep.
Okay. But if Adam, being the work of Elohim, had foreknowledge, much more Elohim who created him had it. And that is false, which is written that Elohim reflected.
Right. If Adam had it, then you know the Most High got foreknowledge or knows all. And whatever is written as if he didn't have it is false. All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
As if using reasoning on account of ignorance. And that Yahweh tested Abraham, that he might know if he would endure it, and that which is written, let us go down and see if they are doing according to the cry of them that come to me. And if not, that I may know. So I only know if we go, okay, yeah. That proves he can't see it then.
He don't know all things.
Yeah, he don't know it, and he can't see it. He can't. Yeah.
Yeah, reason being an excellent money changer to understand what's real from false is exactly the same as having discernment. Absolutely. But notice what it said about Abraham, because a lot of people been asking about Abraham. Well, Abraham,
You know what I mean? And he about to kill Isaac, and the Most High provided a ram, and it was a test, right? But he just said right here, and that Yahweh tested Abraham that he might know if he would endure it.
Right.
Like the Most High don't know that Abraham would endure.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm telling y'all, like when you really get into this, you be like, wow, man. There's a lot of things written against the Almighty that we've been believing this whole time.
And then scripts like that, you kind of just look past it. But we supposed to do word for word, letter for letter.
And and I like what you just said. Let us go down and see, as if the Most High don't see everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? That was about the what was it? The Tower of Babel, I think it was. Let us go down and see. Okay, go ahead.
And wait, okay. Yet not to extend my discourse too far. Whatever sayings ascribe ignorance to him, or anything else that is evil.
Come on.
Being upset by other sayings that affirm the contrary, are proven to be false.
So that's just the breakdown right there, y'all. Peter, like I ain't even got to go too deep, but whatever ascribes ignorance to the Most High, as if he's not all knowing, or anything else that is evil, as if he's not good or good alone. Those things that are written about him being ignorant or evil are upset by sayings that are opposite of it. You feel me? Like there are scriptures that say he ignorant, but there are scriptures that say he knows all. At that point, so there's conflicting scriptures, correct?
Okay.
And on any conflict, all you can do is choose what side. All right. If it's written, he knows all, and then it comes down to it's written that he's ignorant in certain cases, I'm going to choose he knows all. It don't benefit me none to believe my God is ignorant and don't know all. All right. If I run into a scripture that say he's evil and does evil, but I read the scripture that say there is none good but the Most High. You understand? Guess what? I'm going to choose to believe in this vessel. I'm going to choose to believe that there is none good but the Most High. The Most High is good and there is no evil in him.
That's right.
I'm going to choose to believe that. All right. And the fact that there are sayings in the scriptures that say the opposite of him being ignorant, the opposite of him being evil, that in itself proves that it's false. Okay. Go ahead. Let's get it.
But because he does indeed foreknow, he says to Abraham, you will surely know that your seed will be exiles in a land that is not their own. And they will enslave them and treat them badly. And they will humble them 400 years. But I will judge the nation to which they will be in bondage. And after that, they will come out to this place with much property. But you will go to your fathers in peace after living to a ripe old age. And in the 4th generation, they will return here. For the sins of the Amorites are not yet fulfilled.
Hallelujah. Next chapter, Elohim's decrees. Let's get it up.
But what? Does not Moses foretell the sins of the people and predict their dispersion among the nations?
Yes, the Israelites. We are those people.
Right. Yeah, because I know when this was being brought out, people was questioning, they was getting the unlearned, how you hit it before, like, you know what I'm saying? So they was questioning everything. So
we are the Israelites.
We are the Israelites.
This proves the Most High has foreknowledge, and he gave it to his prophets.
Right.
You know what I mean? And the fact that you've been dispersed among all nations proves within itself you are the chosen people of God.
Exactly.
But within the chosen people of God, there's a remnant of the remnant, y'all. Just the truth. All right. But no, make no mistake about it. You are an Israelite.
Right.
You are. All right. It's just what sect of Israelites do you belong to? Who's your master teacher? You understand? who is breaking down the Torah for real for you, so you can understand how to live and live in holiness. That's all it come down to. All right, go ahead, Doc.
But he has it, and if he has it, as we have also shown, it is an extravagant saying that he reflected,
right?
And that he changed his mind,
right? Come on, man.
And that he went down to see,
right? Go ahead.
And whatever else of this sort, what things he knew about before they came to pass came about without variance,
without any type of fighting, without any type of kickback. What the Most High put down and spoke and said and moved his prophet to speak, it happened. It happened. All right. Next chapter. What about the sacrifices? Go ahead.
But that he is not pleased with sacrifices is shown by this. Those who lusted after those who lusted after flesh were slain as soon as they tasted it.
Go ahead.
And were buried, so that it was called the grave of lust.
Now we know what that's about, right? Ain't that about the quail, Derek?
Yeah, kind.
That's in Numbers 11. Psalm 78, 17 through 34. That's about what happened in the wilderness, and our people lusted for that flesh pot, and they was chewing on it, and they were destroyed. You see that? But what about this? Why is he bringing sacrifices up concerning with quail eating in Numbers 11? There wasn't no sacrifice, wasn't no altars or nothing. What happened? You know why? It is impossible for you to chew on the flesh of any animal without it being killed or sacrificed.
Right.
It's impossible. Flesh eating and sacrificing go hand in hand. All the flesh you've been chewing on her in Babylon, it's been sacrificed. Yes. In those temples you call slaughterhouses. And sent to the shambles you call meat markets or grocery stores. Yes.
New Age temples, huh?
That's what it is. Because the Millie Mouth Negro wants you to believe, well, if I don't see no altar, I don't see no temple, I don't see no name of no other God, there wasn't no sacrifice. That ain't what the Messiah taught Peter. To prove the Most High is not happy with sacrifices, he brought up us eating quail. That we asked for, that we lusted for in Numbers 11. And we ate it for 30 days till it came out our nostrils. And while it was in our teeth, we was chewing on it. The Most High smote us with a plague. We became sick, and then it eventually killed us.
Yeah, I was going over there with my rib, and I'm like, and just letting them, I'm like, just if you put it in a physical manifestation, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us learn like that. So it's just like he brought his child, you know what I'm saying, or his bride, however you want to say it, out of this place where they was given these different sacrifices and was given blood and meat to eat, you know. And then after he brought them out, he gave them better food so they can live. And that's Christ also speaks of it like that in the Gospel of John. He calls the manna food that they may live, right? And then to see these animals, and you know what I'm saying, I'm speaking on the Israelites, to see them act like animals and savages, you know what I'm saying, that they still want to eat it so badly. I mean, I'm pretty sure, you know what I'm saying, that hurt. That hurt the heart, because that, you know what I'm saying, because I wanted to bring you out of that. But you still wanted it, even though I came to save you. So, you know.
Exactly. Come on, Knock, let's get it.
But that he is not pleased with sacrifices is shown by this. Those who lusted after flesh were slain as soon as they tasted it, and were buried, so that it was called the grave of lust. He then, who at the first was displeased with the slaughtering of the animal.
Y'all see that? Displeased with it. Displeased with it. Go ahead.
Not wishing them to be slain.
Come on.
Did not ordain sacrifices as desiring them.
See, he didn't command that. It's not a sweet smelling savor to him. Go ahead.
Nor from the beginning did he require them. For neither are sacrifices accomplished without the slaughter of animals. Nor can the first fruits be presented. But how is it possible for him to abide in darkness and smoke and storm? For this is also written, who created a pure sky and created the sun to give light to all and assign the invariable order of their revolutions to innumerable stars.
Right. So, you know what I mean? How is it that he dwells in darkness? That's what K5 is going into when he created so beautiful lights out.
And then I would say the first man sinned. Where was his sacrifice?
You
know, where was Adam cutting the throats of the bullocks and the lambs and all of that?
Right. When you get into Jubilees or whenever you get into the book of Adam and Eve, it tell you that Adam brought grain offerings,
right?
Oblations,
right?
A bloodless sacrifice or an offering. And when you get into the book of Adam and Eve, Abel is the one that brought the grain offerings. You know what I mean? Cain is the one who killed a lamb, and through killing a lamb, he learned how to kill his brother.
Right.
So even the accounts of Genesis 4 is different. You know what I mean? Come on, Hebrew, let's get it.
Thus, O Simon, the handwriting of Elohim, I mean the skies, shows the counsels of him who made it to be pure and stable.
Come on, brother. Let's get it.
Contempt against Elohim. Thus the sayings, accusatory. Thus the sayings accusatory of the Elohim who made the sky are both rendered void by the opposite sayings, which are alongside of them, and are refuted by the creation.
By the what?
By the creation.
Yeah, the law of the Most High is in all creation, y'all. It's hard for a lot of people to, but look, if you are confused in any way, shape, form, or fashion, look at what the Most High has created. The law that he ordained you to live by, y'all, is in creation. And all his creation has his law or his Torah written in them. When we gonna catch up? When we gonna catch up? All right, go ahead.
It was not a prophetic hand that wrote them. So also they appear opposite to the hand of Elohim,
right,
who made all things. Then said Simon, how can you show this?
Look, Peter's saying it ain't look, anything that's accusatory of the Most High are rendered void by the opposite sayings that are in the scriptures. So in other words, they say he's ignorant, but the scriptures say he knows all. Proves that's false, right? Then Peter goes on to say whatever was written against him was not written by a prophetic hand. Peter banging with Simon Magus. He like, look, whatever's written against my guy wasn't written with no prophetic hand. See, you can't tap dance when you're playing with naysayers. You got to come straight forward. You see what I'm saying? So he's saying, how can you show this? Excellent point. Next one, go ahead.
The Torah of Elohim was given by Moses without writing to 70 wise men to be handed down so that the government might be carried on by succession. But after that, Moses was taken up. It was written by someone, but not Moses.
Y'all hear that? So I know today we believe the Torah that we are reading was written by Moses. That's not the case. It's not the case. Many scribes have written what you received as the Torah. Many scribes. It's not the case. There are sayings in there that are attributed to Moses. There are some things I'm pretty sure that Moses said or wrote down. You know what I mean? When he first wrote down what we was to receive, but you did. You're going to see why in a few. Just keep reading. I'm going to show you how Moses couldn't have wrote what you received today. Go ahead, out.
For in the Torah itself, it is written, and Moses died, and they buried him near the house of Fogor. And to this day, no one knows where he is buried.
Come on.
But how could Moses write that Moses died?
That's a good question. Well, what you mean Moses ain't right? You know what I mean? I thought he wrote all the Torah. Well, just ask anybody a simple question. Well, how could Moses write about his death? Crickets. Crickets. How could Moses write that Moses died? It's that simple. All right, and this is why we say that the Torah that you got today was not written by Moses. All right, I'm pretty sure there are things in there that Moses had written down when his work was around. It did, but what you have today was not written by him. You know what I mean? It's a work that was done and attributed to him after his death. But watch this. Go ahead.
And whereas in the time after Moses, about 500 years or thereabouts, it is found lying in the temple which was built, and after 500 years more, it is carried away, and being burnt in the time of Nebuchadnezzar.
Come on.
It is destroyed, and thus being written after Moses.
Being what?
Being written after Moses.
Being written after Moses. Nebuchadnezzar, y'all, goes into the Babylonian captivity. All right. 1,000 years after Moses wrote what he wrote. You know, we got what we got from the Most High, and Moses wrote precepts down to, gave certain things out to certain men who will be over the government. But 1,000 years after Moses wrote down what he wrote was burnt. Y'all can look, all you got to do is read 2nd Ezra in the Apocrypha. 2nd Ezra chapter 14, verse 21. Ezra is saying to the Most High, your law is burnt. What Moses wrote down was burnt by the time we got delivered into ancient Babylon. Okay? So the Torah that you got today is not what Moses wrote down. The Torah that Peter and them had was not what Moses wrote down. There were things attributed to Moses. I'm pretty sure there's some original sayings that he wrote down.
Right.
But what you got today is not what Moses wrote down. All right. So when we was in Babylon, Ezra, the scribe or the priest, prayed to the Most High. He said, your law is burnt. Nobody even knows what you expected him. So the Holy Spirit moved on Ezra. Ezra spoke and the scribes wrote. The scribes wrote out 204 books. All right. Well, that ain't the Torah that you got now. I'm not saying the Holy Spirit didn't jump on Ezra, but you don't got 204 scrolls. You know what I mean? Your Torah is 5 books. Your entire Bible is 66 books. Add the Apocrypha, that's 80 books. If you just want to deal with the Tanakh, that's 24 books. What the Holy Spirit gave Ezra and what Ezra spoke and what the scribes wrote down, y'all, you ain't even got that. Because you would have 204 books. Well, minus 70 because he was told to hide 70 of the books and publish the rest. Well, that means you would have 134 books. You don't got 134 books, not in your Torah, not in your Tanakh, and not in your Bible combined with the Apocrypha. At the most, you got is 8.
What you got, what we have is a refurbished, a reworked Torah that was made by scribes and priests while we were sitting in captivity in Babylon. And when we finally came out of captivity in Babylon, y'all, we came out with a reworked Torah. We came out with a Babylonian Talmud. We came out with Mishnahs and all that. And the government was reformed under Ezra and Nehemiah. So my whole point being, even with Ezra was inspired to speak and the scribes had to write down. You ain't even got that. Because if you did, you would have 134 books. You see? So only the Messiah was the one that was anointed. Plus, don't forget, Jeremiah got a prophecy about the lion scribes that would have lion pens. And you wonder why the Messiah say, unless your righteousness exceed the scribes and the Pharisees, you ain't going to get into the kingdom. Because the scribes are the ones who are in charge of writing down, interpreting, and teaching what they call the law of Moses. You did. But what Moses had wrote down was burnt. What Ezra was inspired to speak and had the scribes write down, you ain't got that because you would have 134 books. You understand? What you have is a reworked, refurbished Torah attributed to Moses. All concocted while we were sitting in Babylon. So if anybody understands the true teachings of Moses and what he was raised up to teach, it would be the Messiah who was anointed to teach and restore what Moses really meant. That's why his teachings were so different, y'all. That's why his teachings were so different, and that's why they was hating him. Because what he taught was undeniable and it shook up the status quo. Not even Peter is admitting it. What Moses wrote was burnt.
Right.
If y'all understand what I'm saying so far, you know what I mean, give a Yahoo up in the chat. I want to make sure y'all understand that.
Yahoo.
You know what I mean? It comes right out of Babylon. Scribes, you know what I mean, Levitical priests, and all that. And that's why certain people mad, because me and Yaqui brought out the peace source and all that. But even when you get down into the history, you know what I mean, it shows you that the P document or the document of the priest was the last literature attached to what we call the Old Testament. Yeah. Yeah, if Moses' law is burnt, y'all, it ain't nothing to write yourself into the history while sitting in Babylon. Ain't nothing for you to do that. The law burnt. Thus, the Messiah at war with the scribes hundreds of years later, who during the time of Jeremiah and after were writing lies and corruption and attaching it to the Torah of the Most High. So the Messiah came and got at these cats. So
then you got your enemy.
Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying. Then you got your enemy that put together what can and what will and won't be read in your Bible. That actually saw the plan. Apparently, you know what I'm saying, that was being given out concerning it. Yeah, they actually saw the plan and then they gave it to you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they can keep it going.
Yeah. You want to understand the truth, you got to listen to the Messiah's teachings as he passed them to his chosen 12. You can't go wrong there, y'all. Well, we're reading one of the records of his top apostle, Peter. That's what we're reading right now. You can't go wrong listening to what the Messiah taught his disciples. See that? All right, come on, Hebrew, let's get it.
And thus, being written after Moses and often lost, even this shows the foreknowledge of Moses, because he, foreseeing its disappearance, did not write it.
Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Did not write it. Go ahead, huh?
But those who wrote it, being convicted of ignorance through their not foreseeing its disappearance, were not prophets.
Were not prophets. All right, let's jump over. Hold on. The true prophet. Talking about Messiah. Let's jump down.
Let's jump down. Simon said, that's Yahshua you talking about. He's the Navi Met. Let's go down to her. His teaching concerning the scriptures. What did the Messiah teach them? Yeah, Reza, yes, they were Nazarenes, absolutely. We'll read some of that before we get out of here, or we may just save it to the next time we go live. Let's get her done. What it say, brother?
Then Kepha, he taught that it is the mixture of truth with falsehood.
You hear that? The Messiah taught Peter that the scriptures that we have today is a mixture of truth with falsehood. Go ahead.
Look, that sound like Satan in the garden. You know, he told her a partial truth and then a lie.
Yeah.
I remember that on one occasion, he, finding fault with the Sadducees, said, "So you are in error, not knowing the true things of the scriptures. And on this account, you are ignorant of the power of Elohim. But if he laid it on them that they knew not the true things of the scriptures,
come on,
it is obvious that there are false things in them."
Y'all hear that? He told them, you error not knowing the scripture nor the power of the Most High. Now, but the Sadducees knew the scriptures. They at least they knew them backwards and forwards. All right. So when he told them, you error not knowing the scriptures nor the power of the Most High, Matthew 22 and 29. That's what that is, right?
Yeah.
When he said you error not knowing the scriptures, y'all, he talking about the true things in the scriptures. Because the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the scribes, all of them men had the scriptures and knew them. But when he's telling them you error not knowing the scriptures nor the power of God, what he's saying is the true things of the scriptures. All right. And if he's talking about the true things of the scriptures, that means what? There are false things in them.
Right.
It makes sense to tell you and study to show yourself approved, right?
Okay.
A workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Y'all, if it can be rightly divided, it can be wrongly divided. Truth. Right in your scripture. Go ahead, Hebrew.
But if he laid it on them that they knew not the true things of the scriptures, it is obvious that there are false things in them. And also, inasmuch as he said, be prudent, money changers. It is because there are genuine and spurious words. And so he said, how do you not perceive that which is reasonable in the scriptures? He makes the understanding of him stronger who voluntarily judges soundly.
Flat out. All right, this is the last chapter we're going to get into, and we'll get into more. You know what I mean? There's plenty sayings, more teachings of a Mashiach, man. It's all through it. You know what I mean? But we're going to shut it down after this one right here. We've been on here for a little minute. We're going to let y'all soak everything in. Don't want to go too long, you dig?
Yeah.
Let's get her done. All right. His teachings concerning Torah. The mighty Messiah. Go ahead,
His word to the scribes and the Morim.
Morim means teachers. There go the scribes again, right? And then we all know the scribes had lion pens. Okay. Now, strip out how this makes a full circle based off what we read in Matthew 5 earlier. We're going to end the lesson back where we started. All right, go ahead.
His word to the scribes and the Morim of the existing scriptures, as to those who knew the true things of the Torah that then was, is well known. And also that he said, I am not come to destroy the Torah, and yet that he appeared to be destroying it, is the part of one intimating that the things that he destroyed did not belong to the Torah.
Do y'all hear that? What he destroyed didn't belong. So I ain't come to destroy the law of the prophets. I ain't come to destroy, but to fulfill. I tell you verily, the heaven and earth pass, not one jot or one tittle shall pass from the law to all be fulfilled. But things have been destroyed and passed away. And the things that have been destroyed and have passed away, guess what, y'all? Did not belong to the eternal Torah of Yahweh. Ooh-wee. 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 These men around here holding on to death, huh? You know what I mean? It's two Torahs. Torah of life and Torah of death. There's a Torah that blesses you, and there's a Torah written against you. There's a Torah on the outside or beside the ark, and there's a Torah on the inside of the ark. There's a Torah written with the finger of the Most High, and there's a Torah, you understand, written by men.
Right.
Many scribes, many redactors. Many men have had their hands on your record, Israelite and those we've been in bondage to. You understand? And for men and for various agendas have written themselves and painted images. And, you know what I mean? Only way you're going to know is if you follow the true teachings of a Mashiach and fast to his 12 ordained apostles.
That's right.
You can't go wrong there. All right? Finish that off, we done.
And his saying, the heaven and the earth will pass away, but not one least letter or punctuation will pass from the Torah. Intimated that the things which pass away before the heaven and the earth do not belong to the Torah in the first place.
Y'all hear that? Whatever. So it's easy for us. It's easy for us to go right through the Torah, or right through the laws that everybody claim they keep in these little Torah portions these guys are doing, and find what has passed away. That's easy. And whatever has passed away, whatever you ain't even doing or held to, guess what, y'all? It ain't belong to the Torah in the first place.
Right.
That ain't what the Messiah came to restore. You know what I mean? Straight up. Whatever has passed away, you understand? Whatever has been destroyed, whatever has passed away before the heaven and the earth has passed away, guess what? It didn't belong anyway. Didn't belong anyway. It did. And that's the top apostle. You know what I mean? That the Messiah gave the keys to the kingdom of heaven to. And what he doing? He's teaching what the Messiah taught him.
Life.
And the disciples how to properly, you know what I mean, handle up when you're dealing with the Torah that's been in the hands of lying scribes and redactors and editors and your enemies and for various agendas. You know what I mean? So all praise and glory now to the Most High. I pray everybody got some understanding. You know what I mean? Nehemiah, where you at? Darius, talk to me, bro. Get some understanding, Hebrew.
Most definitely. Ever growing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Live and love life with the Lamb, man. Don't stop till you eat not.
Don't stop till you eat not, man.
It's
you eat not. My Akwer Kiefer. He said, you have to stop, my all the life I've been putting in my temple. I haven't had energy for days. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Energy, spirit, life, light. All of it is the same thing.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Prayer is more powerful. Body feel electric and electrified. And you know what I mean? That's what it's all about, y'all. Nazarene edition. You know what I mean? I love all y'all indeed. And true Darius. We need some of them prayer, man. Before we get violent on the devil real quick, brother.
Yeah.
Let's pray on out. Love y'all indeed and in truth, y'all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And congratulations to all you brothers and sisters that's you know what I mean, rededicating your vessel back to the Almighty.
Right. Hallelujah. All those that was able to transition, you know what I'm saying, and receive that spirit.
That's right. That's right.
It's a beautiful thing.
And look, and now the Holy Spirit of the Most High can reside in you and remain. You know what I mean? Gotta get away from that flesh, man. Get away from the things that are poisoning you. That's what we teach, and that's what we gonna stand on around here. Whoever don't like it, they'll be all right.
Right.
You'll be all right. Y'all also learned today, anything spoken against the Most High, anything that speaks against His glory, His omnipotence, and all that, you dare not believe that. You dare not believe it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Right notions or right beliefs of the Most High is essential for holiness. Believe that. It don't benefit your faith none to believe the Most High makes evil and does evil. You know what I mean? It's a liar. It's ignorant.
And you alive if you gonna say these thoughts ain't never came to your head.
Yeah, you know? So some of them in the scripture, you be like, dang, hold on.
Right.
You know
but
what
look,
I mean?
that was the Most High talking to you the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time. You know what I'm saying? But we just want to listen to the word, forgetting that the word is a Mashiach.
That's right.
We want to listen, you know what I'm saying?
That's right, brother.
We want it straight from the script.
So all praise, glory, and honor to the Most High, man. Look, love y'all indeed in truth. Let's go ahead and pray out, my brother. You dig? And y'all think righteousness about the Almighty. Think holiness. Think power. Think divinity. You know what I mean? It don't benefit you none to think anything that's against Him. And there ain't no judgment coming to you. You know what I mean? Because you refuse to believe the Most High is evil. Makes evil. Does evil. Lies. Ignorant. He's not powerful. You know, and what benefit, what judgment is coming to you for believing what's written for Him? You know what I mean? Like you gonna be condemned because you refuse to believe the Most High lies? That don't make sense. Stop it. Stop it. All right, so let's get her done, Darius. All praises to the Most High. Let's face Jerusalem, off up these prayers. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Yo, hey, why, hey.
Yo, hey, why, hey.
Your word is truth, Heavenly Father. Most High God, your word is light, and you separated that light from the darkness in times of trouble and tribulation. Your word is the way. Your word is wonderful. Your word is counseling. Through the sacrifice and power of your word do we cast out devils, wicked spirits in high places, principalities. Your word heals. Your word is the shield and great reward of our father Abraham. It protects. Your word is the everlasting salvation for those who hear and walk in it. O Ancient of Days, your word has always been, and it is alive, Heavenly Father, born unto the very men it created. Your word is the root and offspring of David. All power in heaven and earth did you give unto your word. And do we who choose to believe by your right hand invoke this power, stomp out and destroy the lesser powers of the enemy and Satan. They tremble and fear at your word. Your word is Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. And by your word did the very earth sit upon nothing and stay there to be your footstool. Your word is God, and that God is Christ, Hamashiach, Yahushua, the hope of glory, King of kings, Prince of peace, the Lord our righteousness, the mighty Messiah, and the Holy One of Israel. By the Most High God's word was everything made that was made, even you, Satan, and all your military power that you hold. So I bind you. I bind your throats with the burning rope of your creator, that is the set apart blood of our Messiah, and drag you out violently, and with violence, and with violence. And by his mighty name do we curse you. By the name of Yahushua HaMashiach, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, do we inflict pain and invoke confusion amongst the unholy camps of Satan. Let Christ be my sword. Let Christ be our sword, that we may cut your head off and slice you in two, devil. A seed of destruction was sown unto you by our Lord, the Messiah and mighty word of God, that you may be choked out with thorns, scorched, and fall by the wayside. We torture you. We torture you with the blood of our master Yahushua, and call forth his fiery Holy Spirit until the day of your eternal judgment, death, and annihilation. And all such alike that walk with you, we, the true believers and followers of Christ, Use the spiritual power, weapons, and armor of Yahweh to slaughter our adversaries. Master Yahushua, you likened the kingdom of heaven unto a man which sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares amongst the wheat and went his way. But I tell you, we do not fear. We call forth, invite, and invoke our Lord's fiery Holy Spirit and speak crop failure to every seed demons have sowed in or around our lives. We declare that it will not take root. It will not take root. And in the name of our mighty Messiah, Yahushua HaMashiach, Jesus the Christ of Nazareth, do we pray and we declare war on the kingdom of darkness. Hallelujah!
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 Praise the mighty Yah.
Praise the mighty Yah. Hallelujah! That's what I'm talking about, Ak, man. That's a powerful, powerful prayer there, Ak.
Hey, all praises to the Most High God, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And clip up, baby. Yeah, what I'm talking about, Ak. That's a very, very, very powerful, very inspired prayer right there, bro. You know what I mean? All right, y'all. We about to get up out of here. Anybody, hey, y'all got any questions before we get up out of here? It's all good. We'll take a few questions and you know, get it done. We'll get it done. All praise and glory now to the Most High.
Say strap up a backup.
Strap up a backup. Y'all already know. You know what I mean? Nehemiah's show disappeared up off here, man. What's up with Nehemiah, man?
Yeah, he wanted me to come on there anyway, so it's all good.
Yeah,
you know,
he wanted his rib and his rib twin that popped up. I mean, he probably over there, boy, all gold teeth shining. Is he brute, man?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, praises. All right, y'all. So, any questions? If not, you know, be looking for the next videos. Yeah, he went to get some more cherries. I know the one brother from FOPE got in contact with me today. So tomorrow evening I'm supposed to be brother want me to come on his platform and chop it up, you know what I mean, and get her done. You dig? So I mean, I guess people got a few questions or whatever. It's all good. I was like, man, look, we can get on there and just chop it up. I'll probably be on there around 7 p.m. I think Eastern Standard Time. I'll know more as the night goes on. Do the Most High use evil to judge evil? That depends on people's perspective. Like, of course, when the Most High was dropping plagues on the Egyptians looked at it as evil. You know what I mean? But even in the Most High's judgment, he's righteous. Right. So, you know what I mean? The evil really depends on whoever is getting judged.
And
their perspective.
I would say judgment comes with the knowledge, you know what I'm saying, that of the spirit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Those who are spiritual can judge all things, right? You know what I'm saying? And the one that transferred your spirit to you, you know, or gave you that spirit should automatically be the judge of all things, you know?
Right.
But
he's asking if the Most High uses evil to judge evil. You know what I mean? And but we understand the Most High is righteous in his judgment. There's a judgment day. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's what I was saying about the perspective. Like, if you was an Egyptian and them plagues was getting dropped on Egypt, while the Israelites were being released from bondage, you know what I mean? Then naturally you're gonna think this is evil happening to us.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? But from the Most High's perspective, no, all his judgment is righteous. I hope that answered Jehu M. Reza, our next video for the channel should be Monday evening around 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Like I said, I'm gonna be on the brothers' platform tomorrow. You dig? I'm gonna be on the brothers' platform tomorrow and answer a few questions everybody got. You know what I'm saying? Go over a few scriptures. Easy work. So You know what I mean? I'll let y'all know about that. We'll send that out. Nehemiah got all y'all emails and all that.
And I was going over something with I had brought out a little bit the other day on the video, but basically it was saying that concerning certain judgments, like the things that happen to us because of the things we put down our mouths, that's done by our own hand. That's not done because of the vengeance of the Most High. You know,
yeah.
And then we got to recognize that too. So we got to recognize when you actually harming yourself, you know, and killing yourself, or some type of plague or disease come upon you, and you think, well, the Most High just did this to me. No, you did that to yourself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There are spirits allotted over souls, JUM. There are spirits allotted over souls for punishment.
Right.
You know what I mean? There are specific spirits that are designed to bring judgment and punishment. You know what I mean? Again, the whole evil aspect would have to be based on the perspective of whoever is getting judged. You dig? We choose to believe the Most High's judgment is righteous. So I dare not call his, you know what I mean? His judgment evil. I dare not call it. You know what I mean? Yep. All right, y'all. We about here, man. Most High bless all y'all indeed in truth. You know what I mean? Love y'all. You did. Continue to pray for us. We pray for y'all that we may be delivered from unreasonable and wicked men. For all men have not faith, strap up a back up along with the king. You know what I mean? Nazarene edition. And y'all, we back to back. So much we bringing out that look, it's a flood. Like I told one of the naysayers, a storm is coming.
Mm-hmm.
A storm is coming. You know what I mean? Look, there ain't no look. A train goes straight forward. It don't go left and right.
Right.
Straight forward. We ain't dodging nothing. You know what I mean? Y'all stay humble. Make sure y'all fast from negative thoughts, words, and actions. Fast from pride, ego, and desire, and fast from every ill known to man, that you may perceive the wisdom and power of Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit.
That's right.
Understand? So you know, even though we keeping certain things from coming into our vessels, you still up here. You still up here got to fast and bang against wickedness when it comes and invade. And look, you got a better chance of defeating those unclean spirits when they come tempt you, not because you're not eating the flesh pots. You're not throwing strong drink or distilled spirits down your throat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And then you act like if we all call this a vehicle, and then we act like if our car isn't destroyed in some kind of way, that we won't be the person inside the vehicle. You know what I'm saying? So your spirit gonna go right along with it.
Right.
Going your temple, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna hit your spirit too.
That's
you
right.
inside this vehicle.
That's right. And yeah, y'all, it's time to live. Put down whatever is killing you and live. All right, we out of here. I'm about to call y'all, bros. There's
most definitely.
Y'all in a minute. Most High will. All right, y'all. Shalom. Shalom. God. I love y'all. Y'all.